Hello, YouTube. Thursday, not on time, but we're closer than ever. Here, live, mic, chat, computer, second monitor, outline. I feel like I'm actually ready to go, which is quite surprising. Hey everybody, how are we doing? Someone said my get ready for work stream is on. Heck yeah, we all gonna work today. Or I know I am. I hope you get some good stuff done. Someone said, yo, catching a live stream? Yes, it is that time. Someone said, good morning, regal entities. I like that, regal entities. It's very non-gendered. I feel like we're all quite regal today. Whether you put on your Sunday best or are currently dressed like, I don't know, a goblin. All right, this is psych. I'm psyched. Someone said, you're glowing, by the way. Why, thank you. We trying out here. I have so many different topics today, ranging from like extremely serious to low-key, not that deep. If this is your first time catching a live stream, I'll just give you the rundown of what's happening. The first 30 minutes or so is exactly like this, literally just me yapping about random topics. And then around the 30-minute mark or so, usually, is when I'll get into the main topic, which we have a really interesting one today. It's something that we've been talking about a lot on this live stream every now and then, and I only just realized I should make it a video. And then after that, that's when we get into assorted things I don't have whole outlines for. I didn't do research. I just want to talk about it with you all. But yeah, I'm excited. I am excited. Someone said, D'Angelo, you forgot to give us the meme of the day in the last stream. I did, didn't I? Okay. That's okay. I'll give you one today. We're not going to beat ourselves up for missing a day. Hold on. I got to get this from... You would think that with so much of my job being just sharing things online, I would have worked out a better system. Hold on. I like this one. All right, I'm just gonna give it to my OneDrive, the same place I put my actual work documents, because this is all the same thing. Let's see. All right, let me see if I can pull it up on my computer. I love this one so much. And by the way, y'all better appreciate this meme, because I found this one years ago. And then, ironically, considering its content, I wound up having to do such like an insane dive to find this. I was on like random subreddits. I was typing every single combination of words. But recently, for all of you, I found this meme again because I've wanted to show it off, and I really think it's great. Oh crap, it's not here. I swear to God, I just put this in my OneDrive. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. It is here. I just don't know how to use a computer. All right. Meme of the day. Oh, I'm covering it. Okay, I'm going to disappear for a second. I'm still here, though, in your thoughts. Meme of the day. Do not try to know or interpret me in any way. I love this meme so much. It's honestly, like, I feel like there's such a difference between being antisocial, which is something I'm not trying to be, typically, and being this, which is usually how I feel. So there you go. That's today's meme of the day. Anyway, I have to come back. I'm wigging myself out not being on camera. Okay, I'm back. Someone says so real. Yeah, no, I was like, that's a vibe. That's honestly a vibe for sure. Someone said, just tell me the topics. I mean, I can tell you the topics. We're going to talk about, for the main topic, Gen Z being puritanical. We brought it up last stream. It comes up every couple weeks. And I feel like let's just finally go ahead and put that dog to rest. To be honest, I'm quite tired of this discourse, but I'm still planning on having fun. I have like hella articles. We're going to be looking at it from a couple different angles of like, are we getting more religious? Are we getting, what else do people say? Oh, more conservative and all these things. And just the overgeneralization of it all, what people actually mean. The fact that there are definitely some people who are too puritanical or whatever. But yeah, I saw it again at one point. Come up again of like, oh, I expect nothing less from the most puritanical generation since whatever. And I was just like, let's just put this to rest. Let's just go ahead and put this to rest. Someone said, are you puritanical? No, I am not. That being said, it's not a completely baseless claim. And so I thought it would be really fun to do a talky kind of video where we converse and just kind of, it's not based off of one specific dramatic event that happened. It's more so just a general discussion, which I thought would be fun. Someone said that's a good topic. The pearl clutching has become so weird. Yes. Here, I'm gonna give you a sneak peek into today's topic. So whereas on the one hand, I'm still arguing that not every single bit of discomfort with the overselling of sex is actually puritanical, but I gotta show y'all this. Speaking of this, I didn't use this as the meme of the day because it's a little inflammatory, but I like this meme a lot, actually. I really do. Okay, yeah, wall of text. Listen, a lot of my memes, they're like this, where you can't even read them and there's so much text and they're not even memes, they're literally just statements, but these are the ones I usually wind up saving. But no, I really like this one. A genuinely insane number of young people fell into vaguely leftist beliefs without doing anything to unlearn their factory settings and now get angry about anything that doesn't fit their evangelical mother moral purity standards, but instead of Bible verses, they use therapy speak and portmanteau buzzwords that sound academic to explain why artistic expression that they think is icky or that portrays bad things is inherently problematic. So, like, we can get into it a little bit. I see no reason to mince words. I think that this is also true. Even though I'm someone who commonly gets called puritanical on the one hand, but I also do think that there are a bunch of people who are being ridiculously puritanical over everything. So it is what it is. It truly is what it is. Someone said, what is this vomit of words? It's word vomit, but honestly, it's accurate. We're going to talk about it more on stream, but like, this is a real thing that people do. I figure some people might get mad at this, but I'm like, no, I won't let y'all get this. People do this. They do. They absolutely do. Someone said, what is puritanical? We can define that when we start the stream. I'm spoiling because we're not even recording yet, but we'll define it for sure. Someone said that was too much truth dropped in one meme. Someone said, I think Gen Z is just against objectification. That's true too. Listen, I aim to not have a super frustrating conversation today. I don't think that if you have a really strong opinion one way or the other, you're going to feel blindsided, because in my opinion, I do still think seeing something that is obviously objectifying a person is uncomfortable. And people expressing that doesn't actually make them bad people. I also see, I really want to do this without talking about Sabrina Carpenter, because like, that's such a rabbit hole of really strong sentiment, and I'm really uninterested in the flame war of it all. But I just think a lot of people saying essentially like, maybe just because you can play into sex sells and you can subvert all of these things about the male gaze, does that mean it's super fun for me to consume? No. And is that like, you see what I'm saying? I feel like there's so much nuance to be had. I just have to be really careful how I approach this topic, which is also low-key why I haven't talked about it, because there's so many levels to it, man. There's so many levels to it. Anyway, someone said, what's his facial expression, Danzo? Oh, do you mean in my thumbnail where I was going like, I don't even know what I was doing. I've literally just started doing weird things in my thumbnail. Someone said I'm not Gen Z though, so I can't really speak on this. Oh no, I'm going to talk about how I honestly think the generation... Why am I literally telling the entire video right now? You can tell I'm actually excited to talk about this. Someone said, I find Sabrina so interesting to talk about. No, I do too. I really do too. Someone said, when you log off stream, what do you and your friends and family talk about? Do you leave it all here? Genuine question, because life feels so heavy right now. Do I leave it all here? Well, if you're asking me specifically and not just the people in my live chat, I would argue actually that the things I talk about on my channel are mostly like not that serious compared to things that are actually happening. So it's kind of the opposite. I feel like the things that my friends and I and my family and I talk about are actually much, much more relevant and impactful than any sort of celebrity drama, entertainment, news, pop culture that I've covered here on the stream. But yeah, no, I log off and I get worried usually. I check the actual news, the things that actually matter, and then that's a horrible experience. And then I think about next steps and how to thread the needle between making content that is enjoyable to watch but is not completely depressing. So that's what I do for the most part. Gosh. Someone said things get way more serious. Yeah, no. Oh, it gets much more serious than anything you ever see me talk about. Trust. Because honestly, on some level, I literally still am always trying to play shock absorber for the things that I talk about, mostly just because I don't want my channel to be super heavy. You know what I mean? Yes, we will talk about whatever political ramifications have to do with the things that I'm talking about, which is why in today's topic, we're going to be talking about conservatism, the rise thereof, and all these things. But at the same time, it's literally just internet videos for me, which is why we don't get into the super, super serious things. Someone said you should talk about the Afro Man case. I will, not in the entire video, but that's one of the topics that I have for later after we talk about the main thing. There's a bunch of things that happened. For whoever earlier asked about the topics, there's Afro Man. Wait, I wrote down things. Oh, another creep from the Duggars. Another creep from the Duggars. Wait, someone said there's so much nuance in cultural norms versus counterculture movements that the rabbit hole of research is wild, especially in context of conservatism and generations. Yeah, exactly. Which is why you're going to notice me keeping it very surface level during today's stream. Okay, wait. I'm trying to find my list of things that I wanted to talk about today. Yeah, what's his face, Duggar? That's no good. Oh, I vaguely wanted to talk about... not vaguely, I briefly wanted to talk about the ShamWow guy, who I only just learned about, like, within the last 24 hours. And I looked into him and I'm like, this is not worth making a video about, but it's definitely worth talking about. So we're going to discuss the ShamWow guy. And then someone said, which Duggar? Oh, God. All of their names start with J. Is it Joseph, I think, is the new one? Not the new one, but the one who most recently got arrested over... crimes. Someone said I would love a deep dive on the Duggar family. Yeah, I think people have done those and they're stronger than me for sure. That's a particular brand of, I don't even know how to sum that up in a single word, but it's really dark stuff over there. Someone said you didn't know ShamWow in 2010. No, of course I did. I was there for all the original ShamWow ads. I was there for the slap chop. You remember when that guy would also do the slap chop? What I didn't know is that guy in the ShamWow ads is insane and is still around and is doing much worse things at this point than infomercials. But yeah, that's the reason I was even interested when it crossed my desk, because I was like, ShamWow, like that weird infomercial with the towel? Yeah, no, that dude sucks. It's not good. Oh man, it's not good. Someone said Fundy Fridays has great Duggar content. Yeah, no, find somebody who is really going to do that research. Personally, I get so depressed by that kind of thing. Also, I don't know if y'all noticed, chat, but for the most part, I usually just don't talk about things where children wind up getting super like messed up by the adults in their lives, because I literally can't. I just can't. I sometimes I'll talk around it because I have no choice. It's too tangential to whatever the thing is I'm mentioning, but for the vast majority of times, like, I can't do it, man. So that's probably why you're not going to get any sort of remotely deep dive on the Duggars from me, because I look at all the cover-ups and the things that are happening to these young people who quite literally are innocent and defenseless, and I'm just like, oh, this makes me want to like scream. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But it's still very important things to talk about, and I'm grateful for the people who do that research and tell those stories, obviously. Someone said it's very triggering when to stay informed, but sometimes it's too much. Yeah, I respect that. I'm the same. Yeah, but that's just me. Definitely does not make the things less important to talk about. And like I said, I'm still going to wind up bringing it up later, because Oof, there's a lot happening. There's so much happening. Someone said Kyla has great videos on the Duggars. Yeah, no, search them out, bro. People go deep. They're in this whole like fundamentalist religious cult thing where they it's literally like, here are our documents to teach our children these specific ways of processing their abuse and stuff, and it's pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Someone said the current events and atrocities towards children has tanked my mental health. It hits really hard for parents and teachers. Yeah. Okay, well, we're starting a little heavy on we're starting a little heavy, but I will agree with you. I had the same experience as recently as today when I was researching. I don't remember what I was actually looking into. It didn't have to do with today's topic, but it was just on a thread about, and sorry, by the way, this is dark content, but it was on a thread about Trump, which many threads are. And somebody had just really casually thrown out like, yeah, and he rapes kids, which obviously you're in the Epstein files and all these things. But I feel like, does anybody, how do I word this? I feel like we're getting desensitized. And I don't have, this is not a think piece. This is not a video essay. This is just a feeling that I've had based off of the way that certain people talk about the Epstein files and horrible, awful things like sex crimes against children and rape and all these things. And I'm just like, sometimes the way that people just throw these things out really, really bothers me. Because I'm just like, you sound completely desensitized. Like, you think that you're doing a good thing by bringing this up, but the way that you brought it up just seems like to have such a lack of care that I don't have any deeper thoughts than that. I really don't, because I'm gonna tell you off rip, yes, these people were in the files, yes, we need to be talking about this, no, we should not be electing pedophiles and criminals and rapists and all these things. I agree for sure, but sometimes every now and then I feel like I'm getting slapped in the face with like sheer, I don't know, like irreverence towards the things that are actually really serious. Like, someone said they're so casual with it. Yeah. Someone said they don't talk about it with the gravity and respect it deserves. That's how I feel personally sometimes. And that's really tricky because you don't want to sound like you're coming in hot and saying, oh, stop talking about these really important things. That's literally not what I'm saying. It's more so just like, honestly, Chad, I find it really triggering the way that a lot of people talk about these things. For me personally, I'm just like, oh God, what? But it is literally what it is. You just, I just put my big boy pants on and keep trucking. It's not good. I mean, look at all the Diddy jokes people were making. People turn everything into a joke now. Yeah, I made a video about that a couple of years ago about like, dude, there's just no way. And this is the thing that's going to get you labeled like a party pooper or negative Nancy or whatever, but there's literally no way something like Diddy's crimes against all of these people should be comedic fodder, in my opinion. But clearly I was in the minority with that one. Someone said, it's triggering. I disagree with the TikTok censorship for words for difficult topics, but you can still say things in a softer way. I really like this comment. I'm going to reread that one. It is triggering. I disagree with the TikTok censorship words for difficult topics, but you can still say things in a softer way. You actually just summed up my main issue, which is that people will do things like say grape instead of rape, or unnecessarily do all of these things ostensibly with the intention of getting around the algorithm or softening all of these things. And yet, on a macro level, they'll be talking about these subjects in a way that is so very frivolous. To me personally, it's doing much more psychic damage than just actually saying the word and actually talking about the thing that you're talking about. I never really put two and two together, but it's that cognitive dissonance literally of like, oh, we're like kind of censoring things, but we're also literally just so free for all and cavalier with our discussion of these topics. It's wild. It's wild. And personally, Someone said, I hate how grapes now have this icky feeling. I really like grapes. Yeah, no, someone said grape enrages me. Literally same. Like, obviously, you should let people know if you're going to get into really triggering stuff. But these, like, goofy, honestly, grape, that's a goofy word. I don't think it's good for us to have really goofy sounding words for things that are actually so deeply serious. And then there's also a lot of misinformation too. You literally will not get banned off of this platform for saying the actual thing you're talking about. Every single video I upload, I have a little questionnaire, and YouTube asks you, what's in this video? Do you talk about really serious things like assault? Do you mention really serious heavy subjects like suicide or whatever? You have to say yes or no, but YouTube's not actually going to demonetize you. Someone said PDF file. Yeah, it bothers me. I get bothered by this whole PDF file thing. Like, you can say pedophile, and I believe you should. I believe you should say it if that's what somebody is. At least here, anyway. YouTube is literally not going to ban you. But it is what it is, man. It really, what can you do? Someone said I have a physical reaction to pew pew. Oh, I've never even heard that one. Someone said I hate unalive. The unalive really bothers me as well. It's like, oh, he unalived himself. And I'm just like, dude, you're talking about someone dying by suicide and you're making it sound kind of, yeah, no. Oh man, that's a tricky topic. Somebody smarter than me. Someone said, why do people do that then? Literally because they think that they're going to get banned if they say the actual word. It's false on YouTube anyway, on YouTube. Someone smarter than me should just do a whole deep dive into this topic, because that would be really great. Some say I feel like it desensitized it. Yeah, no, because again, though, like, I say this a lot, but on some level, you should care. You should care about the thing that you're talking about. This sounds a little insane for me to say. It should upset you, right? Rage bait type things, these aren't the things that I want us all to be a little more upset about. I want us to be a bit more upset when people actually are pedophiles and rapists and this, that, the other. I don't want this to be like, ha, gotcha, PDF files, like, you know, all these memes and stuff. These are the things that you should be mad about, not the nonsense rage bait that constantly makes the rounds and things that aren't actually that important. And I don't want to sound like I'm saying you shouldn't actually care about anything ever because bigger things are happening. I'm literally just saying, like, seeing the way certain things are talked about versus other things is wild, man. Someone said it's infantilizing. Funny that you mentioned that word, because kind of getting back into today's main topic, we're going to talk about infantilization a little bit. I think it's a really interesting one. Someone said, okay, time to cheer up D'Angelo. Hey, I already shifted back. I pivoted a little bit. All right, anyways, pulling up my stuff. Someone said they say unalived on YouTube so they can keep smiling and seamlessly integrate their sponsor without looking evil. Okay, I mean, you didn't lie. You called out a lot of channels with that one. You're very much correct, actually. Maybe that's the other thing. Getting at the heart of what you're saying, on some level, if we did actually use the correct words to describe the things that are happening, we would have to confront the exploitative nature of these things being content in the first place. And because that would require a lot of introspection on the part of both the creators and the consumers, it's much easier for people to just refer to things frivolously and in this cavalier way, no matter how triggering that is to people who may actually have experience with the things that they're talking about. Are the kinds of thoughts that I can come to, the conclusions I can draw if I actually think about things for long enough. But no, like, you're very correct with that one. You right, Chief. For real, for real. All right. What are we, 29 minutes in? This is exciting. All right. Someone said maybe serious topics should be said seriously. Actually, crazy take, right? Who would have thought? Maybe serious things should be treated with some gravity, but alas, what are we? Just a bunch of crybabies, I guess. People be like, do you need a safe space? I'm like, yes, I would prefer one. Thank you. That would be great. Anyways, let's go ahead and get started. Everybody say hi to YouTube. I didn't think we would be having a kind of deep conversation about desensitization and I'll go speak beforehand. Now y'all are making me wish that was what today's topic was about, because the thing that we're talking about instead is kind of goofy. But everybody say hi to YouTube. I'm going to start recording and I'm going to drink some water because talking is dehydrating. Gen Z is the most puritanical bunch of prudes I have seen since at least the 1600s. Or so you would believe based on the way that people keep talking about us online. And honestly, I kind of see what they're saying, but at the same time, I'm tired of it. So you know what? Let's just get into it. We have more of a talky video today. We're going to approach this from multiple angles. Is Gen Z actually puritanical? If you've watched enough of my content, you can probably guess my answer, which is neither yes nor no, but let's talk about it. All right. So, y'all can stop saying hi. We out the intro. The first question I got when I brought this up was like, let's start by defining puritanical. Actually, I didn't even look this up when I did my research, so I don't know what exact definition they're going to use. Puritanical definition. Okay, here we go. Puritanical. Practicing or affecting strict religious or moral behavior. And actually, I really like the example sentence. His puritanical parents saw any kind of pleasure as the road to damnation. We will also talk about maybe prudes in this one a lot. Prudish meaning. If you're prudish, which I think, by the way, is the main thing that people talk about with Gen Z, having or revealing a tendency to be easily shocked by matters relating to sex or nudity, or excessively concerned with sexual propriety. So, let's start by talking about how often this label gets applied to us. For context, I'm technically Gen Z, but you know what? I'm going to start there. I'm so excited by this topic. I love talking videos. I was born in 1998. I feel like, despite being the stupidest word I've ever encountered, zillennial is sometimes how I feel. At 27 years of age, here in the big 2026, I simultaneously feel like the oldest living member of Gen Z and the youngest living member of millennials simultaneously, but technically I am Gen Z. And being born on the cusp of two generational divides really does reveal that the vast majority of things that people attribute to certain generations are complete garbage. They're just not real. I believe that generations are a social construct. Can we start there? What do y'all think, chat? What do y'all think, chat? Someone said, "Did you start the topics?" Yes. Let's just whip out. I'm whipping out my most out there things. I don't believe in generations. I don't. I think that you could be born at the same time as somebody else, but due to multiple other things that are much more, I guess, like, relevant than your actual birth year, you could have completely divergent experiences. So I don't really think generations are real in the way that they're traditionally understood. Yeah, someone said these labels are so dumb. They really are. And because I think, someone said by definition they are. Yeah, I mean, it's not really as hot of a take as I'm making it sound. But like, because of this, I find the constant arbitrary lines that we draw between generations to just be goofy. We get things like this. Okay, first try. We get things like this. Undisciplined, entitled, lazy. Gen Z faces familiar flood of workplace criticism. Heavy on the familiar, because when I was a child, I completely remember everybody saying the same thing about millennials. Millennials are lazy. They're entitled. what's the part I actually saved in here? One viral column in the Wall Street Journal went so far as to suggest this entire generation was potentially unemployable. Now, here's the thing, though. I do believe, though, someone said these corpo graphics. Oh, dude, this is my least favorite art style. On God, corporate Memphis is my least favorite art style in the history of art styles. I'm not knocking this one specific artist. Whoever drew this is a plague. Dude, I hate corporate Memphis so much. Hold on. Corporate Memphis. Oh, it'd be better if I could spell corporate. This style of, oh wow, she is eating a child here. This style of like big, wavy, blocky, dude, I associate it in my mind with like Facebook and all of these other things. It's like art created by art who does not want, what do I just say? Art created by companies who don't actually understand what art is. It pisses me off so bad. Someone said it's better than AI, but it does feel soulless. That's a good point, though. For as much as I'm complaining right now, I do still vastly prefer this to any sort of AI generated. Oh, there's a whole page for it. Wait, I'm getting lost. I'm getting lost in the sauce. Okay, that's fine. But yes, whoever got the ick from those graphics, I share your pain. Anyways, that being said, I do still believe, obviously, that certain generations experience things that have wide-reaching effects on their mentality, their philosophy. So obviously, you take a bunch of people who grew up with phones, and they're going to be a little bit different than people who didn't even have the internet when they were children. So I'm not trying to be obtuse. I'm just saying, how many articles do you expect me to get through about how all of my people are stupid, essentially? Let's see. Gonna pull this other one. Gen Z lacks the communication and networking skills needed for the workforce. Companies need to train them. You know, a lot of this energy, and it's like, I wonder if a pandemic had anything to do with this. To be fair, this article is acknowledging such, but so many things that get attributed to us just seem like broader societal issues that it's easier to chalk up to one specific generation. Pulling this right now. And then when I realized, honestly, that we hit like peak stupidity, I remember a couple months ago, this was floating around. Gen Z is the first generation dumber than their parents, neuroscientist claims. And I'm sorry. Oh, someone said maybe it's time for companies to change a bit too, though. I'm going to come back to that. I'm sorry. Every single generation gets labeled dumber than their parents. I don't care what sort of like reasons you have in here for technology and the effect of this, etc. It's just every single generation is different from the previous by virtue of not being their parents. Duh. Wait, hold on. I like this idea though. Of companies are the ones that actually need to change, because Gen Z seems to be struggling in these corporate environments. I agree. Having been tangential to these environments, I've been in an office before, actually supposed to be doing work, and I do not know how to explain how absolutely pointless, so to me, so many of the norms in an office are. The way the day is structured just doesn't make sense. I mean, like, they're going to call me too woke, honestly. They're going to call me too woke for this. But in general, I find the whole concept to be ableist from jump, first of all. Just because I don't even function well in these environments, period. They weren't even created for any sort of neurodivergence. You're just going to flop. I know I did. And you know what really sucks for me personally? Now, this is just about me. I really hate how so for me of like the therapy and medication, all these things that I need or whatever are with the express purpose of getting me to function better in environments that honestly could have just been more accommodating for me. I think that every day. Listen, I'm proud of myself for trying to get better and be more quote unquote functional or whatever. But sometimes I just think, but what if we didn't have to play this stupid game in the first place, actually? And there were other things, other ways. Someone said, it's 100% ableist. I'm chronically ill and ADHD, and the 40-hour work week was not made for me. No, for real, man. It pisses me off pretty bad when I think about it too much, but I don't, I'm also privileged, so I work for myself. I'm very fortunate, but that's part of the reason I don't take it for granted, because I'm just like, man, I'm lucky to have the leeway that I have. Someone said, as a Gen Z confirmed ADHD, maybe autist. This is crazy for us, dude. Yeah, no, it's not it. So maybe my Gen Z opinion, y'all should fix your workplace. Y'all worried so much about workplace communication. Worry about why the workplace is a horrible place in the first place. Okay, if I say place again, it's not going to sound like a word anymore. Semantic satiation. But you understand what I'm trying to say. Someone said the game was not created for us to win. Absolutely not. No, man. No. Some said older gens blow up the ladder behind them and blame young people for responding. A tale as old as time, honestly. Wait, I have one more of these apparently. Which one is this one? Oh, okay. Here, my final example of taking things that are attributable to any generation and specifically trying to make them Gen Z issues. Teen Vogue running this profile about performative males, which that's a whole rabbit hole, but essentially the idea is that this is a man who is purposely adopting, certain habits or personas to come across as, I barely understand the performative male criticism, but this is something that guys have been doing literally forever, and we always have a word for it. But for some reason, Teen Vogue wants us to believe the performative male is Gen Z's overconsumption final boss. And I'm like, this is not a Gen Z issue. Someone said men have always been performative. Literally, now, to be fair, it does reference millennials had the hipster. Gen Z has a performative male. These ain't generational issues, buddy. These ain't generational issues. Y'all piss me off with that. But all this to say, that's not what I'm here to do today, is enforce really rigid distinctions between things that don't actually have to do with our age. Especially not when, honestly, I bring this up every time, but I do believe so much of this is with the intention of distracting us from the true distinctions between us, which would be class. And if instead we started running articles about this is what people and this is what wealth hoarders do versus everybody else, which would be you. Read this article. We would start getting mad upwards instead of laterally, and then things would start moving in directions that companies like this wouldn't like. And that's why I think we're constantly supposed to be at each other's throats over things that are not literally that big of a deal. But what can you say? What can you say? Someone said I absolutely hated when they called men metrosexual. Yeah, okay, here's the thing before we move on from the performative male thing. Someone said, what's the topic? Oh, we're going to be talking about whether Gen Z is puritanical, but first I was just complaining essentially that like labeling an entire generation anything is usually a little silly. But RE with regards to performative men, I think it's just multiple things can be true, period. Multiple things can be true. For every guy that is just genuinely interested in reading a book or dressing kind of well or whatever, you are also going to have a guy who 100% is performative and adopting these things because he wants to be viewed a certain way, usually by women, etc. So I feel like there's so many. I remember, who remembers when the performative male discourse was popping off again? And And people were getting really upset by this, essentially saying like, no, men can be performative, and no, don't call everything performative. And I wasn't even making content, I feel like, at that point, but I was literally just thinking, what about a video where somebody just says, yes, men can be performative, and no, not everything they do is. Is it that serious? I mean, it is, because honestly, when people are performative, it's a bad thing. It can be very predatory, but then you can't just apply this to everybody because you saw them reading on the subway, you know? Someone said with the matcha and tote bags. Yeah, no, that's so interesting. I never talked about this, but I think technically I would get labeled like a performative male. That would be really funny. Like if somebody actually really tried to bring up that argument, because I'm just like, well, first of all, define male when I'm non-binary, right? But I think like by virtue of me being a guy in a setting like this, I think this kind of gives people performative male energy and talking about things like feminism without, I don't know, having stupid opinions like it's a bad thing. Obviously understanding feminism is equality for women, all genders, we should all want this, but like I'm not performative, I'm literally just existing. So it's a really tricky thing. Does that mean that there are not people who will do everything that I'm doing right now without actually believing the things that they're saying? That happens too, unfortunately. It's really tricky. Someone said matcha is yummy and tote bags are cute. No, for real. Like, I have a Goodreads, even though I don't like Goodreads. I prefer Storygraph, but like, I be reading books. I read Sally Rooney's latest novel. Does that make me a performative male? We haven't even gotten into the topic, but let's get into it right now. I think she comes up in this article. Yeah, there she is, intermezzo. I, out of my own brain cells and just being interested in literature, picked up this novel without caring who wrote it or who found it interesting. And yeah, I did probably read intermezzo in public at one point. It wasn't because I wanted people to see me a certain way. I don't care what anybody thinks about me. There's only so much I can claim that to be the case when I'm literally an influencer. But you know what I mean. I'm gonna read whatever I want to read. Someone says D'Angelo coming out as performative male. I feel like I am. Because like, but then it's like, am I performative male or do I just have taste? You know? I feel like sometimes like me even having a skincare routine will get labeled performative, or it's so funny. But yeah, I guess I'm coming out as a performative male. So I don't trust performative men as a woman. Yeah, well, I feel like it's for every person to decide individually about whether you think other people are being performative or not. I guess I would not be somebody to tell you like, no, your thoughts on this guy, you're getting the ick. Well, you're wrong. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. You could definitely feel however you feel, but I think the like en masse labeling of certain behaviors as performative when these behaviors are literally reading, dressing a certain way, caring about your outward appearance. It's so interesting. Someone says the skincare for you or for others. And I guess that's what really matters more than anything, to be honest. Because, yeah, almost everything I do is literally just because I wanted to do it. I don't really care what y'all think. Someone says only performative if you brag about it. I don't think it's bad to be performative and keep it to yourself. Yeah, no, that's really tricky. That's really tricky. And that's a whole thing. Someone said I just don't trust men. How about that? Completely valid take. I think you're sure to avoid a lot of issues by just sticking to that, and I'm not going to try to dissuade you of it. Anyways, someone said I'm so confused what makes you a performative male. That's the thing that I'm confused. I guess that's the thing that I can tend to get confused on. It's why are you doing the things that you're doing, technically? But anyways, I don't want to get lost in this sauce. I don't want to get lost in this performative sauce right now. I'm just saying right now, why were we on performative male? Oh, that this is not a Gen Z thing. This is a thing that anybody can do, literally. All right, so let's talk about us getting labeled. This word is so funny. So forget being a Puritan. We have the word Puritine at this point. Has anybody encountered that one? I see that one a lot. when you get people complaining about sex scenes in movies, which I'm going to do later in this video, or talking about these various things, netizens will label you a Puritan. And first, I'm going to present to you a very online way of talking about this, but then I am going to show you this is a broader thing. It happens off of the internet as well. But essentially, this word gets, I hate this word so much, it's so stupid. But like, you're very, very, very young, but you have the opinions that are commonly attributed to people who would be much older than you with regards to sex, promiscuity, things like that. And despite me believing this is an overgeneralization, if you're trying to apply it to literally everyone, we've been getting articles like this for years, right? Gen Z are Puritans, but not for the reasons you think. This is from 2021. And that's, someone said it sounds like a medicine. I hate medicine names so much. That's part of what led me to talk about it in today's video. I'm not just like reacting to a singular throwaway comment. This is a very dominant discourse and has been for literally years. Medicine names are so stupid though. Like, I like medicine. I'm not knocking the medicines themselves. If you need to take like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a medicine name that's not going to offend somebody. I'm going to make up a medicine name. Hold on, wait. We can do that right now. I feel like it would be so easy to make up a medicine name. You need some vowels. I'm just going to do like a vowel spam. A-E-I-O-U. I'm going to hit those in a random order. Okay. And then you just need to, it has to end in A. And then you just have to connect those with a couple of the strangest consonants you can think of. Noxy. No, that's too close to anorexia. Naquia. With an E. Okay, there we go. Talk to your doctor before starting Anaquia. Listen, if you're one of the many Anaquia users, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just making fun of the fact that why do medicines have names like Anaquia? I think that it's stupid, honestly. It's hilarious. Some said Puritan Pedialyte for teens. Anyways, enough about that. But, you know. And you know what? Let's go ahead and let's take a look at this article. We're not going to read every single article I pull up today. A lot of this is just me headline hopping like a true Redditor. But listen. Listen, JoJo has no moral qualms about casual sex. The equation of sex and morality is BS as long as everyone's consenting, the 23-year-old non-binary bisexual theater grad in New York says. Still, hooking up is not JoJo's cup of tea. I've tried it just a little bit and it was not satisfying. I didn't enjoy it. It was awkward and generally mediocre, so I'm not into it. This is more so the vibe that we're talking about today. It's not actually, yes, there are absolutely like people in my age range who believe in their heart that like sex is a bad thing for adults to do. And we can briefly get into that later. But I think you're getting a lot of apathy or tiredness, fatigue regarding this topic. And that is really like bothering people. Someone said JoJo. Yeah, no, not JoJo Siwa. Not JoJo Siwa. This level of what reads to some people as strange or unique apathy towards sex, I think is really bothering certain older people. Someone said having preferences. Yeah. Okay. I will say, full disclosure, before somebody accuses me of having a bias or whatever, I'll go ahead and come out and agree. I sort of feel the same way personally about hookups and this, that, the other. And it literally has nothing to do with morality on my end. That's just me. Someone said this is not unique to Gen Z. If you missed my disclaimer earlier, nothing we're talking about is actually unique to Gen Z. However, you can commonly find these things among Gen Z, which is why we unfairly get all of these labels. Like, I don't think that there's anything weird about feeling this way or that this needs to be a think piece. I mean, here I am right now making a think piece, but from the other end of saying this is such normal behavior. Someone said a spectrum in the chat. Well, you do also have this bit right here. Plus, in JoJo's friend group, which they describe as a bunch of mostly queer nerds, many of whom are ace, hookups are not the general way of things. I also do feel this way because I'm on the spectrum as well. However, this doesn't exclusively apply to people who identify as asexual or any of the sub-labels, right? Reading chat. Someone said sexual preference isn't slutty or Puritan, it's a preference. Yeah, exactly. Someone said if you want better, find better, and then gets mad at us for doing so. Yeah. Reading chat. Someone said the only Gen Z thing about this is the open conversation about it. Oh, I think I agree with you. I think I agree with you on that. And that's hard for me to agree when I've only been in one generation. But I will say, we certainly do talk about this fatigue more than I've seen older people discuss it. Again, that's my personal anecdotal experience, just having seen a bunch of stuff over my time here. But like, there are elements of this that make it kind of Gen Z coded, but that doesn't mean the issue itself is something we made up. Someone said, isn't this just someone's opinion? This is a lot of people's opinions at this point. But moving on. That doesn't change the fact that like this is still a whole conversation and it gets talked about online, offline. People are saying, study-wise, someone said, what's this about? I just joined. We're talking about whether or not Gen Z is puritanical. It's not. I don't have a point. We're just having a discussion because it's fun. And we talk about it a lot. And I was like, you know what? Let's just have a video about it. Then everybody else can talk about it. Someone said, I think it's because of dating apps. Ooh, let's talk about dating apps in a second. Also, people are doing studies like a failure to launch, why young people are having less sex. Now, you have to be careful with this because you're going to get a lot of people running these studies trying to convince us essentially that we all have to exist to procreate because, you know, what do they call it? The population crisis or whatever. The declining birth rates is, you know, there's a lot of older people right now who are kind of screaming at us like, go do it and make more of you. And that's just not where a lot of us are. Again, that's not a uniquely Gen Z thing at all, but it's certainly common amongst my Gen Z friends. Hold on. Let's talk about dating apps for a second, though. I've mentioned them briefly, and that's not what this video is about. But I would just never. I would never do it. That's just me. I'm literally not blaming people who use those apps. That's not the point. And if you found a good relationship through one or whatever it was you were looking for, I'm happy for you. But just the way those apps work and the things that people and the mentalities that people go into them with, I can't do it. I definitely can't do it, buddy. And someone said they're so exhausting. Yeah, no. Someone said the trenches, D'Angelo. I don't want to be in them trenches. That's my own personal choice. Like, Lord Almighty, let me just do it the old-fashioned way. It might take longer. I might have a lower success rate or whatever, even though I feel like it's a little odd to think of these in terms of success rates. But like, no, dog. Some of those apps give me brain damage. I prefer friendship. And then from there we can proceed. No one ever believes me when I say, not no one. I'm sure you all know that this isn't obviously like normal take, but for some reason, a lot of guys I talk to never believe me when I say the best way to actually find a relationship is to let it happen after you have established friendships with women if that's something that you're interested in. Like, I like this topic because it has so many subtopics. So I'm Gen X, happily married, and have no interest in sex or procreating. Oh, I like that. I feel like we don't get enough perspectives like that. Write an article about why people don't want to do these things, even if they're already in a relationship, right? But look. Like, the guys I talk to, a lot of them, thankfully not the ones that I'm kicking it with now, I talk about this all the time. They genuinely do believe that, like, a relationship is step one. They're like, step one is that I want a girlfriend. So I'm going to do what GQ tells me to do. And I'm going to do what Men's Health says. And I'm going to follow these podcasts. And I'm going to listen to these influencers. And I'm going to do this, like, pick up advice. And I'm going to do all these things. And I'm just like, step one should be that you have any friends at all who are women. Do you have those? Do you have those? Now listen, that doesn't mean go around making friends with people because you want to date them. That's wouldn't be friendship, right? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm literally just talking about what happened to just letting things happen. What happened to, like, sharing moments with people and letting things. This is why people say that, like, we sound puritanical or whatever. I'm not even arguing from a moral component. I'm not arguing from a moral standpoint. I'm literally talking about efficacy. You want something to work for you a little better than these apps. Fall in love with your friend. I'm sorry, but to anybody who has never had the experience of successfully falling in love with a friend, like, I'm sorry. That's a nicer thing. Now, granted, that literally does not mean that it's wrong to use these apps or whatever. I just think the vast majority of men specifically who are on there wondering why the find a girlfriend button doesn't work and why they don't know how to talk to women on dates and stuff like that is because it's like you don't even know how to exist around women in a normal capacity and you're unwilling to try. And that's why you're going to be alone forever. Sorry, that sounded harsh, but, like, for real. Reading, someone said, I've seen several guys say you don't have to have anything in common with your girlfriend. What? That is such an interesting take. Someone said falling in love with a friend ruined dating apps for me. Yeah, no, for real. Someone said my husband and I were friends for a year before we started dating. But again, I really hope there's not somebody who missed the entire first part of this conversation coming in and hearing me say this and thinking, oh my God, D'Angelo was saying that the internet and relationships are bad and nobody should be looking for love online and you should just go outside and touch grass. Yes, but no. That's not what I'm saying. I wish we were all friendlier to each other. But that's also why I get really, really icked out with this idea that, like, men and women can't be friends. I don't think I've ever talked about that on stream. I don't think I have. I'm sorry. Anybody who says men and women can't be friends, the deepest of red flags for me personally. Maybe that's just because, like, depending on where I've been in my life, I've had friend groups that were almost exclusively women at some points, almost exclusively men, sometimes mixed crowds or whatever. Like, it's never something I was actually choosing because I don't care. But if you are genuinely a guy who doesn't believe in friendships between men and women, there's probably a bunch of other things that you also believe that are, like, worthy of examination. That's like it's like a tip of the iceberg thing. It's like, okay, well, what else do you believe about men and women? Because that's a little odd personally. Someone said, I hate that. Yeah, no, dude, no. Some of my best friends are all men as a woman. Yeah, you absolutely can have friends of any gender. I get so bothered by this assertion, but because people believe that, this is why they try to bypass the friendship stage of everything. And I'm just like, oh buddy. Someone said I have internet paranoia, and I feel like if I put myself on a dating app, I'd be posted to 4chan and harassed because I've seen that happen to other women. It does happen. Yeah. And that's a horrible fear to have of, like, are you just talking to somebody because you're testing out the vibes, or are you talking to somebody who hates you and is going to try to make some weird example of you? Yeah, it does happen as well. Someone said, yes, men and women can be friends. They really can. This should not be a hot take, but it absolutely is depending on who you ask. Someone said it took me and my husband 3 years of friendship before we considered dating. Yeah, no. Someone said, oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. Someone said, to be honest, I find it a huge red flag when someone says their partner is their best friend, because to me, that's signs of isolation and lack of individuality in friendships. That's really interesting. I think if your partner is your only best friend, then that could definitely be a sign of isolation. What else did you say? Lack of friendships and all of these things. I do think, though, that like if your partner is the number one closest person to you in terms of wavelength, it's not a bad thing. You're not wrong, though, in that some people actually, you get into the sort of codependence of like you are putting all of your hopes and dreams on one person, which I don't think is a good idea no matter what kind of relationship you're in. So I don't think your take sounds as crazy as it may to other people. I know what you're saying and I've seen it happen. And yes, it always ends really poorly when it's just like me and this person against the world. But in general, your partner should totally be one of your best friends, if not your best friend. For real, for real. Someone said you can have other people as well, but no. Yeah, no. Someone said it can be isolation. Yeah, not foregone though. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Someone said I agree with the person on the best friend thing. It could lean into codependency. It very much could. We're not to the age gap part of this discourse, which I'm not going to talk about much because it's been done to death. Don't worry. But like, I feel like that's what really bothers people about these discussions most of the time is when you make really blanket statements. And you just say all of these things are bad. And then you have people getting really heated trying to argue one way or another. And that's usually just not how I approach. It's usually not how I approach these discussions. I feel like, with the exception of bigots, most people typically have a good point. Or even if they don't have like a super great point or whatever, it's still influenced by their perspective, which I consider a valid point for me to build my worldview off of. But like, yeah, if you were to just point blank say there should never be a age gap between you and your partner ever. Obviously, that doesn't make sense at all. However, you know, like talking about these things without getting into blanket statements is really how you avoid the minefield. And that's what I'm trying to do here. For real, for real. Someone said this is not a safe chat for demisexuals. Is it? My chat is safe for everybody. Hold on. What does demisexual mean? Does that mean that you're only attracted to people that you have a deep emotional connection with? Or is that one of the definitions of that? I tried to pull that off the top of my head. I might have been completely wrong about that demisexual definition. Also, if YouTube gets mad at me for saying the word like sex and sexual 5 million times during the stream, I'm going to get angry. Experiencing sexual feelings and attraction only after developing a close emotional relationship. Exactly. Off the dome. But anyways, yeah, this is absolutely a safe space. Now, granted, you might have people who do not understand this aspect of your sexuality in my chat, but nah, this is all valid. It's all valid. Someone said, please no, I don't want this to not be a safe chat. Yeah, no, bro, you could be whatever you want to be. Well, you can be most things in my chat. This one's on the list. You're on the list. There's some things that you can't be in my chat. I'm not going to allow it. Racist, misogynist, homophobic. You got to go. But you could be Demi all you want. For real, for real. Someone said Arrow is safe space. Yes, exactly. Someone said D'Angelo knows his queer identities. I do. Kind of. Hold on. We're already distracted. Someone should make a quiz. It would be really funny if someone made a quiz. And it's just like, what does this mean? Identify this flag. Wait, there's got to be one of these that I can take in like 5 minutes. Oh my God, BuzzFeed. I knew BuzzFeed was going to have it. Okay, hold on. Which is the lesbian flag? Is this one, top left. Okay, which is the pansexual flag? I think it's this top right. Okay, which is the bisexual flag? It's the bottom right. Okay, which is the gay man flag? What? I didn't know there was a gay man flag. Uh, I don't know. Oh, what? Why would it be this? Me sounding like I'm just dunking on people's flags. Okay, omnisexual. Oh, I don't actually know what this means. Uh-oh. Does this just mean? I don't know what that means. I know it's not this one. It's probably the one with the most colors. So like this? I used process of elimination, which is the ace flag. It's this one. Yeah. Two spirit. This one. Hey, which is the non-binary flag? Oh, please, we've been there. Which is the aromantic flag? This one, I think. Oh, what? Oops. I got that one wrong. Okay, my bad. Sorry, Arrows. Gender fluid. Yeah, this one? Hey, I was like pink and blue, maybe? Which is the agender flag? This one? Oh, it's this one. Okay. I'm not as good as this as I thought I would be. What is the bi-gender flag? Maybe this one. Hey, okay. What is the queer flag? Oh, there's just a queer flag? Is it this? Oh, I didn't know that. Poly? This one? Pi? I didn't know there'd be a pi one. Which is the gender queer flag? Oh, I'm getting bad at this. Arrow ace? Oh, I'm just guessing. This is really bad. Polysexual? This one probably. Oh no. What is the sapphic flag? I should have done the one with the flower. Whoa, what? Okay, I've never actually seen this word before. Abrosexual. Fluid and or changing over time. Oh, well, I kind of accidentally cheated. And I saw the flag. Pangender. You. A. Demigender. You. A. Transgender. Me getting all of the gender ones correct is really funny. Except a couple of them. And what is the gender apathetic flag? That's a flag? Wait. Oh, it's this one? Gender apathetic? I love that. Okay. I got 13 out of 23. BuzzFeed said, okay, smarty pants, you've clearly been doing your queer homework. Or you just really love niche TikTok explainers. Either way, you've got most of the community covered. You know the difference between aromantic and agender, and that deserves a confetti cannon. Okay, so we did kind of okay. We definitely could have done better. But yeah, if you were anywhere on this list, you fine. You are right. I validate you. Gender apathetic. That's so interesting. For me personally, that's still in my wheelhouse of non-binary. But like, if you've ever wanted to know what I actually am, I didn't know there was a flag or a term for it. Is this baby right here, right here. When I say I am non-binary, part of it is 100% just being completely apathetic towards gender. I'm just like, I don't care. I don't want to hear about it. It doesn't matter. Stop perceiving me as having a gender at all. I don't have that. This was made up. Gender apathetic. Okay, anyways, moving on from demisexual and all of these things. Someone said this is exactly how I feel. Yeah, no, I'm going to look that up more after the stream. I might start saying that. Anyways, moving on towards this. Oh, also, by the way, I want to say towards this idea of like young people are having less sex or whatever. I'm not arguing against the efficacy of studies in general. I just think this 100% depends on who you're asking. And it's going to vary depending on where these young people are and what they're doing. So I'm not even really sure how much of this is rooted in a generality versus the specificity of this study. You know what I mean? I don't know what the methodology was, but let's take that at face value and say this is really happening. Okay. Do. And then, you know, I guess I'm kind of okay. You can run your headlines. Someone said his pronouns are he, him. Yes, they are. Thank you. You can run your headlines about us and this topic all you want. But then we get headlines like Gen Z is afraid of sex, and for good reason, says NPR. And I'm just like, afraid? Someone said, what's the topic today? We have hella topics, but we're currently talking about whether or not Gen Z is puritanical or prudish, or what that actually even means, or whether generations are real. So I guess it's not enough that we are not having it and we're Puritans. I mean, I'm 27, but there are teenagers in my demographic, in my generation. We're also afraid of it. Okay, so they bring up Sabrina Carpenter. That's how I know this is going to be a great discussion, because that's not a hot button issue at all. Sabrina Carpenter has been receiving criticism. This is an old article, obviously, for being too sexy. Lately, there's been backlash against the cover of her new album, Man's Best Friend, but she was also under fire during her tour for cheekily simulating sex positions while performing her song Juno. And it looks like some of this criticism is coming from a particular demographic, Generation Z. While this Puritan, oh, we got the word again, take a shot every time, unless you're underage. While this Puritan discourse is probably not representative of how all or even most of Gen Z thinks about sex and sexuality, thank you, NPR, for acknowledging that, even though I do feel like it's kind of an uphill battle when you're putting out headlines like this. Gen Z is having less sex than previous generations at the same age, and there are legitimate reasons, many having to do with massive political and cultural changes, as to why some of Gen Z might be afraid of sex. Okay. Does anybody else feel like... I feel like I took psychic damage from these two paragraphs. My lifespan was shortened because I feel like there's so much there to react to. I don't even know where to start. Look, someone said this was not the criticism. I agree. Now, I'm asking you, the viewer, to not jump me. Don't jump me right now. I think this is a misrepresentation of the core criticism that people had for Sabrina Carpenter's Man's Best Friend cover. I purposely never talked about this in a video because I was just like, do you really need my input on this? But since we're here, album cover. Old news, right? But oh Lord. In an attempt to educate myself about what people were upset about, I did not mostly see people saying Sabrina Carpenter has no right to ever express any sort of, you know, sexual or kinky roleplay-esque whatever thing. I thought people were just deeply uncomfortable seeing some of these holdovers from degradation of women being used as aesthetics, and were expressing as much online. Granted, a lot of that absolutely did come across from some people as just, dare I say, puritanical ideas of what you are or are not allowed to like portray in artwork, but that's just kind of not. I don't think that this album cover got criticized because we are afraid of sex, if that makes sense. Many people are saying it's meant to be ironic. Yeah, no, I myself don't have a strong opinion on this one way or the other. But like, I feel like NPR do I have too big of a head if I say like I feel like NPR missed the point of that debate? Honestly, I'm reading. Someone says she has the right and people have the right to criticize. Yeah, no, I I'm kind of glad we're talking about this now and not immediately after it happened. Someone said you're right. That's why people are critical. That's certainly why certain people were critical of this. And again, like, I personally believe I hate how much I'm watching my words, but I'm trying to make sure I'm representing my actual beliefs and not just saying inflammatory stuff. I believe Sabrina Carpenter can do whatever she wants. And I also just feel like also people can say whatever they want. If this is Sabrina Carpenter engaging in this aesthetic, whether it's satirical or whatever her reasoning was, I don't really think that excludes anybody from being able to say they find it uncomfortable or like she may possibly be engaging in things that are harmful, etc. I don't know. It's a really, really tricky thing because I know for sure like this turned into one of those like the Twilight of it all. Team Edward, Team Joseph. Like, do you hate Sabrina Carpenter? I am quite literally like, I just think she made some artwork that people took issue with, and I think people's issues made sense to me, but I also don't believe that means she doesn't have the right to continue creating whatever art she wants. Is that a decent take, chat? Because I swear to God, I was literally like, I was struggling during that one. I was definitely struggling during that one. Just trying not to be stupid about everything. Not that everybody else is stupid. I don't want to come across as stupid. Someone said Joseph. Oh, sorry. Jacob, not Joseph. This is my second time calling him Joseph. I think the last time I talked about Twilight, I accidentally called him Joseph instead of Jacob. And I don't know why. I'm trying to think in my mind why I've solidified him in my head as a Joseph. He doesn't look like a Joseph. There's no similar Joseph to get him confused with. But in my mind, that man is named Joseph. He's named Joseph. Hold on. Let me show you something. Jacob. Twilight. You know how like older people, I'm generalizing. I'm generalizing here. Okay. But you know how older people, I'm talking advanced age, they will pick a wrong name for somebody and then just stick with it. Almost every single person I know above a certain age range does this, and I don't even bother correcting them. Like, I can't think of an example, but this happens a lot. Even though I'm only 27, I have squarely filed this man in my head as a Joseph. He's just going to be Joseph from Twilight forever. Forever. I can't change it, but I'll try not to get it wrong next time. Okay. Someone said advanced age is killing me. Look, I'm trying not to sound like I'm just unfairly coming from old people, especially when in a video where I'm trying to say, let's not lump people together in generations unnecessarily. Someone said just join the Jacob jump scare. No, for real. But like, that being said though, I literally might cut the Sabrina Carpenter part out of my video though. I might do it. And let me give you my reasoning, even though I don't have to explain it. I have come to accept that there are certain things that work well in a live format that just don't translate to good video. I've realized there's certain like influencers or there's certain like celebrities or topics that like no matter how nuanced I try to be about it, no matter how much I try to explain, like I am not trying to invalidate your opinion on this thing, people are going to think D'Angelo has the wrong opinion on this, and he's also invalidating everybody who had valid criticisms or was validly not into the criticism. And I'm like, dude, people on the internet do not believe you if you say that you don't have a super strong opinion on something. And it makes it, I'm not complaining about like, oh, it's hard to do my job. It just makes it difficult to talk about some things. I know if I say in my video, like, I believe that the people criticizing this, many of them are right. And I also believe that everybody who was saying Sabrina Carpenter has the right to do whatever she wants in her album cover are also correct. I don't see how both of these things have to be mutually exclusive. You're going to get angry people in there talking about I'm fence sitting or whatever it is I'm doing. And so let's not use this particular cover as my entryway to talk about Gen Z potentially being prudish. So they don't believe in nuance, all or nothing. Yeah, no, I think the thing is too, like, you will get hyped up by people online for being nuanced or whatever, but I do quite literally see it as the bare minimum. I know that, like, people are always looking for, like, a voice of reason or whatever. I wish it was more common. I wish it was more common to just say multiple things can be true. By the way, people keep asking about merch, and I'm not going to make any merch. Probably. I saw someone else bring it earlier. Like, do you have merch? Are you going to do it? Probably not. But if I was ever going to put something on the shirt, someone said right there, D'Angelo, multiple things can be true, Wallace. I would put that on the shirt, man. I would try to make it look nice. I would convert it into some sort of artistic representation of this idea. I just think multiple things are true. Multiple things are true when it comes to every single topic on the internet. And you can still have strong morals. Nobody wants like a smarmy kind of enlightened centrist take on things where you're just like, oh, well, this Sabrina Carpenter discourse, everybody who was mad about it is stupid. But also everybody who supported her is a brainwashed stan. And it's like, this is genuinely what people think you're doing if you just say, there's totally a conversation to be had about the male gaze, and whereas you're totally free to use it, people might have reactions to this, or like sometimes romanticizing or subverting or downplaying or not downplaying or whatever it is that you're doing. Is a conversation to be had about intent versus impact and all of these things, but ultimately people can make the art that they want, and the conversations are just a natural result of that. They'll think I was doing the first thing. I'm just like, I am above the Sabrina Carpenter discourse. And to be fair, when I was younger, I did kind of used to think that way. I really, really did. But God, I'm too old for this. I'm too old. Someone said the smarmy impersonation is sending me. Yeah, no, I know I spend a lot of time calling myself stupid and like reminding people, like, please keep in mind, you should not listen to the things that I say or whatever. But like, people do love to feel smart, and YouTubers love the idea of being the smart one. I played into that too much when I was younger because I was very young. And I didn't know any better. I'm making an excuse for myself. I genuinely do not want to be it's much better to just be like, I happen to have a platform, but I'm just one opinion on this that doesn't hold any more weight or water. And I think that things would be better if people kind of went into things this way instead of like always waiting to see. Someone says you're not stupid. Well, I'm not stupid. No, I wasn't born yesterday, but I'm also just not uniquely anything. And I think people would be, I don't know. I think that's why a lot of times too, I don't talk about this a lot. Someone said, what are we talking about? Oh, we're lost in the sauce. I was talking about Gen Z being puritanical, and then we talked about Sabrina Carpenter, and now I'm talking about why I would not talk about Sabrina Carpenter, and now I'm talking about the death of nuance on the internet. But eventually I'm going to zoom out a bunch of steps, and we'll get back to the main topic. I think that's why I get a lot of comments sometimes where it's like, hey, D'Angelo, what did you think about this thing? Or what did you think about this thing? And I understand, because y'all know that I love to yap. It's exciting, you know, but sometimes I do think to myself, like, you shouldn't necessarily need my take on anything. That's eventually how I would like my channel to be, like, just a hub for my takes. Not a hub for any sort of, I don't know, dude, like, genuinely just yapping. I can't believe it. It's so easy to buy into the hype. I think when you're a creator, you got to be real careful. Because people will convince you essentially that like you're the second coming of Jesus or whoever it was they were waiting to come back. And I don't know. I'm just going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep calling myself clueless after every take, and I'm going to keep reiterating that these are just the opinions of a random man on the internet, and I still don't ever think it's a good idea to listen to random men on the internet, even if it's my job. Someone said it's okay to be a thought leader. I disagree. And not with you specifically. I think I just disagree with the idea of one person's opinion being influential, which is also why I have to be careful about the way that I speak about things, because it's also not just enough to be like, oh, well, I don't take any responsibility. Honestly, yeah. If I do put out a video and somebody's like, I watched a D'Angelo video about this thing, there's authority assigned to that because of my history on the platform, because of the way that I've talked about myself in the past, and because of just me having a platform in the first place. And so I've grown increasingly really, really uncomfortable with that. I haven't spoken about that online. I think you guys, this is the first that anybody's hearing. Don't tell anybody this, please. I'm not saying this for drama. The older I get, the more wigged out I get by a certain subsection of my reputation or whatever. And on the one hand, it's also not that serious because it's literally just people saying things online. But my biggest nightmare is anybody taking me seriously. And it used to be the only thing that I cared about when I was younger. That was like, please take me seriously. I have an important angle on this discourse. You need to know what I think about this thing. That's what everybody thinks at some point. Or no, not everybody, because not everyone's a commentary YouTuber. But yeah, that part of me died. He died. I don't remember when it happened. I think it might have been... It was before I came back after my 18-month break. When I came back with those really long videos, like about Caroline, what's her name? Oh Lord, it's been so long since I made that video. Caroline Calloway and Blueprint Brian and all these really weird long videos that I was making. I actually experienced like a weird sort of, not ego death, but while I was gone, I literally had to tell myself in general, everything that you believe about your opinion being valid is wrong. And you're just one person making videos. And so I've tried to adopt that. That's also why when I came back at that time a couple of years ago, my intro was, someone said good era. Thank you. I loved that era, by the way. I really did. My intro at that time was, hi, I'm a random person on the internet. You're a random person on the internet. And together, we're going to talk about this thing. I'm literally always using this like downplaying language nowadays. I think my other intro on this channel, back when I used to cosplay as a professor, it was a whole thing. It was pretty funny. It used to be something along the lines of like, I would pretend like I had a degree. And then I'd be like, or maybe this is literally just me broadcasting myself from my room. Because I think the more we move into seeing influencers as just some guy or girl or person whose vibe you like, as opposed to somebody who has any sort of insight into what they're talking about, nature will start to heal. And also, if you're listening to this and you're thinking to yourself, I don't think of you this way anyway, I know. I'm not talking to you specifically. I know for most people watching, I'm literally just one of many, but yeah, I do. It should make you uncomfortable, which is why I'm constantly just trying to say I'm just a guy. Like, nobody should want to be in this position because I'm not smart enough. I don't actually know enough or have enough life experience to justify having sway in conversations, which is why so much of what I talk about is me pulling other sources and look what this person said, or asking you all, what do you think about this or whatever? Because yeah, I literally give myself the ick thinking about myself when I was younger and just how self-serious I was about everything, and genuinely thinking like I was changing things. I'm getting interviewed here, I'm doing these things, like, and on some level, I know I'm literally just ranting at this point, but let me finish. On some level, like, people will call me conceited or whatever, and I still think they were all wrong, because honestly, I was still correct in my videos for the most part. I have not gotten everything right, but like, yeah, I don't know. He just died, man. He's dead. He wanted to do something. That part of me that just really thought he was hot, you know what? Wanted to do something and he did it. I feel like I peaked and then burned out. And now I just want to have discussions with people, with everyone. I want everybody's perspective to be platformed. And that's also low key. Someone said cringing about your younger self means that we've grown. It does, though. I can only say this because I've grown out of that older mentality. That's also why I think that my current content, as loose as it is and as unstructured and light work as it is, I'm the most comfortable with this now that I have ever been. Because nowadays I do genuinely feel like you watch my video, I present you the situation, you get hella my opinion. And yeah, you will get me calling things dumb and stuff, but I am literally still... Nowadays in my videos, I talk about things that I don't even agree with. And sometimes I'll be like, but you know what? There is a point here that I could see, but here's why I don't think it's right. Versus like this wholesale rejection of anything that disagrees with my opinion, which is what I did when I was younger. Because that's just what I did. But yeah, no, you make your bed, you gotta lie in it. So I don't get mad, but every now and then not even in my own comment section, I will literally be on the internet and doing research or something, and I'll see someone pop up like, oh, D'Angelo talks about this, and they'll get, because it's like some sort of authority in their mind or something, and I'm just like, D'Angelo talking about this doesn't matter. D'Angelo could have talked about this or not talked about this. I could have talked about this or not talked about this, and nothing would have changed. Truly, truly nothing. But you have to be careful, though, talking about these things, because I don't want to sound like I'm complaining. I'm really not. I'm genuinely grateful. I will forever be grateful. I'm just older now. I'm older and I'm tired. Womp, womp, womp. Someone said to admit to yourself and others that you don't know everything is maturity and growth. People that can't even admit they may be wrong ain't it. Yeah, no, dude, these are the things that I mostly talk about like in therapy, which by the way, I am going to complain. Doing therapy for a job that most people don't have is a little bit difficult. Sometimes I have a lot of trouble actually explaining what is going on. But I work on it really hard over multiple sessions. And one of the things that I've really had to think about over the course of my time on the internet, which has been a long time, by the way, it's my entire 20s. It was since I was 19 and I'm 27 now. One of the main things I have to think about, honestly, is like, how much responsibility do I take for the way that I'm seen online? And that is really, really tricky, because there's a part of me that wants to be like, it's all me. I put out those videos, I put out those statements, and so I like any problem that anybody has with anything that I do is essentially because of a failure of communication on my part. And then also, another part of me wants to be like, none of this is my fault. All of y'all who are like mad about whatever, like I'm being misunderstood, this, that, the other. So over the years, I was struggling so much of like, how do you take responsibility for something that you can't control the actions of a million people reacting to you? And I finally arrived at a conclusion that, is stable for me, which is genuinely just like, it's a per video basis. That's it. Did I do a fair job on this one video? If so, I can be proud of that video, right? And then I move on to the next thing. Am I doing a good job with this topic? Am I making people feel stupid? Because that's something, honestly, it's really, really, really like toxic thing that fan bases and the people who may amass them can do of like, yeah, we are here and everybody else is wrong and dumb. People are wrong and dumb about things like racism, misogyny. Yeah, you're all stupid. But like, I don't know, just really disconnecting from what I built has been a journey. It's been a journey, guys. But yeah, all this to say, that's it. Much like what happens in actual therapy sessions, there's nothing to say. That's something that sucks so much in for me personally in therapy, because in real life and in my videos, I always have a conclusion. I never ever end the video without saying, anyway, and then I'll have a pithy summation of everything I just said, and we go live the next day, and it's a great video, and I'm like, yeah. But that's not how real life works. Oh no, that's not how real life works. So I be trying to talk about these things, and then we talk about these things, and it's like a problem, and then there's no easy solution because multiple things can be true. Anyways, that's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. I see a lot of talk about pronouns and gender in the chat. What is going on? What is going on? So you've always been an undercover fashion influencer? Yes, I have. Thank you for noticing. Thank you for noticing. Are people asking essentially why I use he, him pronouns despite being non-binary? Is that what's going on? I'm trying to like go up and figure out why so many people are talking about. Oh, someone did. Can you please explain why you use he, him pronouns but still identify as non-binary? That's a pretty good question. I can explain it to you specifically because I don't mind, with the caveat essentially that like no one actually has to explain this. Wait, hold on. My chat is bugging out. I scrolled up. Hold on, chat. Sorry. Remove. Okay, I accidentally deleted your message. But it was not trying to be punishment. I didn't know how else to get the chat moving again. Anyways, yeah, with the caveat that no one actually has to explain why they use whatever pronouns. Everybody can just use whatever they want. I don't mind explaining at all. Maybe it's just some of that good old-fashioned gender apathy. My pronouns literally have nothing to do with my gender. That's why I use he, him pronouns. I don't experience gender dysphoria from being referred to as he or him or even thought of as a man. It's also because I'm a man. But like, shortest answer why I use he, him pronouns despite being non-binary, it's not even a despite. Those two things literally just, they're not even connected in my mind, honestly. And that's why. That's my opinion right there. But yeah, no, you could ask 10 different non-binary people and get 10 different answers. And it is what it is. Someone said it's an honest question. Don't be rude, chat. Yeah, no, it's a valid question. Look, you can't go around asking anybody this. I don't think you should ask other people this, but I don't really mind answering the question. Someone said I don't care about pronouns. I just exist. Oh, yeah, that's my perspective for sure. Some say he, him, NB, we appreciate. Yeah, some say makes sense. Thank you for explaining. Always trying to learn. Also, I want there to be more representation for the way that I am, which is another thing. I literally just want more examples of the various ways of being non-binary and using whatever pronouns you want. And that's part of the reason why I do typically remind people it's just he, him. I didn't change my pronouns because that wasn't something that this one non-binary guy, felt compelled to do. Many people will, many people won't. It all just depends on how do you feel when people are perceiving you. what is in your heart? You know what I mean? Someone said pronouns and gender are slightly connected, but generally not at all. Yeah, it's completely like, what does that trigger for you? Because there's some people being called he or him is harmful. That's literally not who they are. That's not how you should refer to them. But for me personally, is literally just a word. It's just a word, baby. It's just a word. Somebody said, in my opinion, you can always ask, just don't be rude and don't expect an answer. That's very true, though. I won't say you shouldn't ask. I will say, like, not every non-binary person will be as excited to answer questions about gender as I am. And those people are also they're equally valid as me. I literally love talking about this stuff like all day. I just think it's so fun to talk about. But there are also very many people who are just like, don't worry about it. And period. Stop worrying about it. It is okay. It is okay. Reading chat. Someone said me being he, they, and still saying I'm a black woman because I want to. Period. Literally, it is what you can't change who you are. So if you are this and you identify this way, then you just are multiple things, etc. That's really how it goes. Someone said they them non-binary lesbian. Yeah, no, for real. Someone said, what does non-binary means? We are so off topic, but you know what? This is a good thing because I can literally, with the power of editing, just take this entire thing from when we started talking about Sabrina Carpenter and then just dump it. And then we can get right back into the topic like nothing happens. So I never mind going off topic in the live stream. But what does being non-binary mean to me? I'm sorry if this sounds like a cop-out answer, but honestly, just that I don't identify with the concept of having a binary gender in any way, or even being related to the binary for me. That's my own personal experience of being non-binary. It's not just that like, yeah, there is a binary and I'm outside of it, or there's this other. It's literally just that like the way I experience things has nothing to do with anything that exists at all. That's my personal experience of being non-binary. It doesn't, I share no proximity to it. I'm not on the chart. I'm not off of the chart. I'm not on the same page. It's just that's me. But also, like, I still completely understand that that's not everybody's experience of gender, though. It's a useful thing. Some people are straight up just women. That's my hottest take yet. That's my hottest take yet, chat. Women exist. Am I going to get canceled? Some people are women. And you can't say anything today in today's woke DEI climate. You can't get away with saying simple truths like that some people are women. But no, I do believe for sure some people do have binary genders. Also, some people experience gender without being part of the binary understanding of it. This is going to scare you too. Since we're already here, we've gone full mask off. I believe that some people are men as well. They're going to try to cancel me over this. They're going to try to cancel me for saying that some individuals are men and some individuals are women. It's true. Put an American flag in the background. Wait, I can do that. Oh my God. Hold on. American flag. Oh my God. Why have I never thought of this? This is so good. Okay, I'm going to download this picture. Save image. Desktop. Okay, this is going to be so good. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done. Add image. Okay. I need to pull this from my desktop. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Let me move this. All right, chat. It's time for some real opinions. Enough of that woke pink background. It is I, the only valid voice of reason in a world of fake news and agendas that we don't fall for. Having a gender at all is part of the agenda. How is that not clocking to you? Having a gender is part of the agenda. And that is why I don't believe in LGBT in the first place. But some people are men and some people are women. And it's not our job to decide who is who. It's not our job. It's literally... It doesn't have anything to do with you. I think that's the thing that's almost missing. It's funny because like when people start saying these really stupid like conservative talking points of like, oh no, women do exist and men exist and men are real. I'm like, yeah, you're correct. Actually, there's some people just are women and some people just are men. There are at least two genders for sure. It's just not your job as a human to tell somebody else what their gender is or is not, as far as I'm concerned. And if somebody is like, oh, actually, this is my gender and I need some help expressing that medically because this is a medical condition. It's not your job to block this via legislation. That's evil. Obviously, to me, that seems like common sense. You know, like, I think trying to say it's common sense that there's only two genders or whatever. No. Binary gender exists, kind of. And many people are just cis, and that's fine. But me as an evil, awful, non-binary person, I'm not even trying to take away. I'm not even trying to take away your genders. You can have them. You can have your gender. So I cry. I cry every day. Every day I cry. Just thinking about the way that people talk about the LGBT agenda. And I'm literally on the sidelines like, you can have your gender if it's so important to you. If it's so important to you, you can keep it. I don't even want it. I wasn't trying to take it away when I said that I was non-binary. I wasn't trying to take it away. No one was trying to take away your anything by saying that they need gender affirming care or whatever. Somebody said, I don't understand why they care. I don't understand why they care. You can still be the manliest, most cisgender person to ever exist while other people are just out there making a mockery of gender. That's what I try to do personally. I make a mockery of this stuff because it's funny to me. But like, brother, someone said keep it. No one cares. Literally, no one cares. Someone said, but everything is about the straights. Yeah, no, when you're like centering everything around your perspective, that's how we get these really dumb takes of who is allowed to do what and why should we be blocking people from the care that they need. But yeah, no, like, this non-binary person doesn't actually give a singular care about you actually talking to transphobes or whatever. It don't matter. It don't matter. Somebody said, I just arrived. What's up? I was complaining about transphobes, I guess. It happens every now and then. Someone said having someone around who isn't straight won't infect you. Well, whereas I agree, I do think there's a little bit of nuance here. Okay. As a queer person, I wholeheartedly reject the idea that people who are bigots are actually in the closet. That's a really harmful thing, and I wish people would stop saying it. It's not helpful. Multiple things. I do think what drives a lot of this fear for certain people, and you can definitely just tell, is they're actually a little more comfortable with some of these freaky gender things than they're comfortable with. They see somebody expressing themselves and they're like, oh, why did that kind of hit a little bit? And then they freak out. And then you start getting really, really extreme anti whatever it was that they were actually a little more okay with than they realized. Now, granted, this is not the same thing as saying all bigots are secretly in the closet. It's not true. Bigotry is a thing that exists in a vacuum. Some people are just awful, but there is a certain kind of person who 100% sees the transgender people out there having a little too much fun. Y'all are a little too out there, and they're like, oh, and it's a certain type of person. It really is. And so I feel like no matter what your reason is to be a bigot, you didn't actually have one. Just stop immediately. Cease and desist the bigotry. But yeah, no, some people actually think some people are worried about getting infected, if you will, by like other genders or sexualities. And all I have to say is that doesn't happen to straight people. As a queer person, PSA for all the straight people out there, you're not actually in danger of this if you are straight. It's not going to happen. I do think some people really need to realize, like, if you're so scared of this thing happening to you, Why don't you just let it happen? Why don't you just let it happen and see what happens? Your life is not going to grind to a halt. You're going to be okay. You know what I mean? You're going to be fine. You're not going to die. You're not going to combust. You can join the party. It's open. There's no walls. No, there are walls for sure. But like, come on. Stop being a square. It's okay. Oh my gosh. Somebody said the infection was already in the house. Yeah, no, again though, just that being said though, I'm going to start criticizing people. Actual like leftist type supposed progressives can be insanely homophobic when talking about conservative people, and I hate it. I'm not even gay. That's not how I identify. But like, so much of criticism of like Republicans coming from certain left-leaning sources is essentially using the idea that these people might be gay as a horrible punchline. Ooh, I bet they're doing all this. Oh, and I bet they're screwing each other. Oh, I bet he's like doing this with him and this, that, the other. And I'm just like, this is still homophobic. It's still homophobic. It's not less homophobic than any other form of it. If your idea ultimately is the biggest shame is that these people could potentially still be doing something gay in the secret or in the shadows or whatever. Granted, hypocrisy is worth calling out. And so that's not really what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're being a homophobic hypocrite, okay, that's just stupid, right? But like, I'm telling you right now, homophobia is way too normalized when people are criticizing conservatives ostensibly. It's very backwards to me and it makes me uncomfortable. Some sort of early 2000s type stuff, very early 2000s vibes. Like, I'm sorry, we need to be a little bit more progressive in how we talk about these things. Okay. Lord. Reading chat. Someone said it's giving I can be insert phobic to whoever I dislike. Yeah, no. And look, I'm bringing it up right now outside of the context of any one specific person. That way it doesn't sound like, oh, someone was criticizing this person and I swooped in and said, no, don't be mean to them. No, I'm just saying this in general. I do need you all to stop being homophobic. And when you're supposedly defending LGBT people, that's not good allyship, man. Someone said fat jokes too. But a lot of y'all aren't ready for that conversation. A lot of you aren't ready for that conversation, though. You're correct. But do you know how many people would actually, like, freak out if you said that? Actually, that being fat phobic towards people, no matter who they are, is still actually pretty harmful and fat phobic. Because I might have seen that more than I see the homophobia. I be looking at the way y'all talk about some of these people that you dislike. And I'm just like, far be it from me to sound like I actually care about the feelings of a racist or whatever, but I have feelings. I just don't want to read a bunch of comments saying, oh yeah, this person's fat, ugly, whatever, like we hate you. But people are not there. They're really, really not there. Someone said, as a plus size person, it's so exhausting to keep hearing fat as an insult. That's literally the problem. Like, we'll use Trump as an example. Even though that's a horrible example because he's so inflammatory. But listen, the problem with Trump is that he's a rapist and is in the Epstein files. And I mean, that's one of the many problems, right? Y'all do on some level have to remember the problem doesn't actually have to do with like fatness. A lot of people are fat. They're not rapists and they're not in the Epstein files. I see a lot of conflating of things that makes me really uncomfortable. I'm not fat, I guess, currently, but dude, I super used to be. I really was. And I don't even see myself. I could be again, who really knows? And like, it makes me uncomfortable as hell seeing the fat phobia, the homophobia, so common, so nasty. And people get really nasty and weird about it. But I don't even want to get into like specifics because then it's just going to sound weird coming from me. No, I'm going to get into specifics. But a lot of people like, there's just a lot of talk about like, God, it's just all homophobic in nature. If you say, oh, this person is just sucking this person off or whatever, talking about two guys, you're still being homophobic. So much discourse about politics coming even from people who are well-meaning has that framing, or like, oh, you need to get his you know what out of your mouth, or oh, how does it feel being on your knees doing this? And I'm just like, oh my God, this is actually ugly on a level that you're not even perceiving right now, how deeply you are using just the idea of homosexuality as a negative. It angers me. Someone said Trump ex Putin core. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's exactly what I'm talking about. Someone said homophobia is the first topic when I joined. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, sorry if this is you joining the chat when we're supposed to be talking about other things, but no, I've been wanting to say this for a long time, and I'm glad I'm actually finally saying it. It's just nasty. Someone said being too old to be in a leadership position is a legitimate complaint. We don't let 5-year-olds run the country. That's not ageism. Oh, I agree. Saying that Donald J. Trump is too old to be the president, I don't think that that's purely ageism. But no, like, I don't know. I hate the way that people talk about these things. It pisses me off a lot. And it's like, I want to be. Oh, someone said, can we throw away the unemployed jokes while we're at it? I'm too employed for this. Rhetoric online is so ableist. Let's just get into it while we're here. I didn't even think about it from the perspective of like ableism, but honestly, I really don't love the unemployed behavior that happens a lot online. For those of you who don't know, if somebody spends any time doing something, somebody will use, oh, you're unemployed as an insult. And I'm just like, have you seen the economy? First of all, that's the main reason why I'm just like, why are we calling people unemployed as an insult in this economy? First of all, but then yeah, also like taking things that could be people's hyperfixation and labeling this unemployed behavior, or not even everyone doesn't even have a job in the traditional sense for various reasons. There might be actual reasons somebody is unemployed or whatever. Yeah, that should not be a punchline. I don't know. It's just, God, it's so weird. Someone says shame is very intensified in this digital age. Yeah, no, it's everybody wants to dunk on everybody. And I understand that. And I agree. But I guess if your ultimate dunk has been reduced to you're fat, you're gay, you don't have a job, or anything along these lines, it doesn't make it not rooted in bigotry, and I still get uncomfortable. I think the thing is just I never even talk about this online because it's usually in the context of people who are actually deserving of criticism, and I don't want to sound like that guy who's just like, oh no, we should all be nice to each other. Don't ever say anything bad about Charlie Kirk. That's not actually, I don't have that sort of kumbaya mindset. I just want to stop seeing the normalization of bigotry everywhere, so I can literally breathe out a little bit, please. And everybody has to like, you just have that as like a buzz in the back of your mind. Or I know I do personally in a lot of spaces. I just see the homophobia and stuff like this. Racism happens a lot too, by the way, in progressive spaces. And I never know what I'm supposed to say or not say. People will start like dogpiling on you if you call things out in a way that they don't like, or they'll say that you're infighting or this, that, the other. And so I usually just zip my lip and I'm just like, oh, I kind of hate the way you guys are talking about this, but you've got the spirit. But no, I should probably just start being more direct and just say, stop it. No matter how many people hate what I'm saying, I don't think I'm wrong about it, man. Someone said I keep running into very racist trends and slang. Oh, me too, for sure. Reading. Someone said criticism is fine and always important, but insult is very much a reaction and isn't. Yeah, being reactionary, I guess, is never a good thing, in my opinion. That's just me. Someone said fatherless behavior. I was trying not to bring that one up, but I'm going to do it. Fatherless behavior is rich because I know most people in the USA have fathers that are not around as much as they should. I hate the term fatherless behavior so much. You see this a lot of like, I probably shouldn't even Google this because I'm gonna wind up getting results that I don't want to see. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it without doing it on the screen. Fatherless behavior. Okay, let me just try to find an example of this that's not gonna get me blown up or whatever. Okay, no, I can't find one. But like, I've seen it online. People do this all the time. And they're like, oh, this is fatherless behavior. Oh, look, we have examples right here. Thank you, homegrown, whatever website this is. Open image in new tab. Fatherless activities, fatherless behavior. Wow, that was in a different language. This is why we need a father in the home. That bothers me a lot. Somebody said clankers is racist. I hate that we're pretending it's fine. Is it? I've never heard that one personally. I'm not saying that you're incorrect, by the way. Just literally that or maybe I have heard it once, but I don't remember. What is the argument for that one? Someone said fatherless behavior is a flavor of victim blaming. It very much is. Someone said it's misogyny most of the time. Yeah, no, it is. This is such an interesting talk. So it's like, can we talk about how people call everyone psychopaths, narcissists, and sociopaths when they have no idea what that actually means? Pop psychology. Oh, we've talked about it before, for sure. Sometimes I'm loving this conversation. No, dude, same. I'm actually glad I'm recording right now because I'm wondering, can this be a second video? Okay, wait. Somebody said clinkers is for AI or robots. Oh, someone says the allegories, wirebacks. Oh, yuck. People say that? I'm sad I said that out loud. Oh, I see what you're saying. There was a trend of people acting out classically racist situations, but just using clanker instead. Okay, I see what you're saying. Ugh, Lord. See, now we're getting into, again, where it's like, people, for those of you who don't know the term, are using it to criticize AI, which should be criticized, obviously. But if you're doing that in a way that is drawing from racism, then that still would not be a good thing. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody who says that word is doing that. I've used the term before and I wasn't being racist. But you know what? That's really interesting, though, because that's interesting. See, it's like, what is your intention? What is your intention behind all the things that you're saying? And I think it really sucks too, because when you have people in my chat saying clankers is racist, people who are using this are being racist, you're going to get hella people saying, no, they're not. You know what I mean? Okay, come on, this, that, the other, because you're coming from a place of stop defending AI, but that might not even be what people are doing when they say this. That's so interesting. Someone said people get real creative with clanker slurs, drawing them directly from real slurs. Well, that's just nasty. And I believe you, because that's consistent with what people do online all the time. So, weird. Someone said the vibes of people saying it are 100% doing so in a manner that mimics racism. That makes sense. I feel like I probably have seen that before and just brain dumped. I was just like, what are y'all doing? Y'all scaring me. Anyways, it eventually becomes a stand-in, as all others have. Yeah, there's definitely like a treadmill about this. Someone said, I've never heard this. Someone said we need to create a slur for the people who keep using slurs. Well, Rosa Sparks? What the hell, man? Okay, Sorry. Actually, can y'all stop giving me examples? Because I'm getting really wigged out. Color me surprised that something literally intended to criticize something that should be criticized somehow gets turned into making fun of people of color. And you know what? Since we've been doing a tangent spree, I have another one for you. And I have to be really careful. I have to be really careful with how I talk about this. Okay? I have to be really careful with how I talk about this. As a black person, a singular individual who is black American, sometimes it can be hard for me to tell when we cross the line from laughing with to laughing at. And here's what I mean by this. Okay? You're gonna have to work with me because this is gonna border on too woke territory. All right, this is gonna border on too woke territory too quickly. But listen to me. All right, I'm gonna bring up, for example, like Nene Leakes. She's an example of a person who gets memed all the time. Why? Because she's quite memeable. It's a very easy thing to do. And iconic memes, right? But then I start thinking about her, and I start thinking about Tiffany New York Pollard, who is also very memeable. And I start thinking about Jasmine Masters, and I start racking up this laundry list of times in which black people were literally just existing and everybody decided that actually it was really funny. I start thinking about like the Bed Intruders song. Well, actually, here, I'll give you an example of this. This is before some of y'all's time, but then some of y'all are like, no, I totally remember this. Like the Bed Intruders song where you have Antoine Dodson explaining that somebody climbed in his sister's window and tried to rape her in her sleep in a news article or in a news package. But then because he said it in a way that was funny, well, obviously they're climbing in our windows, snatching our people up, and it gets turned into a song. And we're now all singing, oh, they're climbing in our windows, snatching our people up. I think about like the I got bronchitis memes, and that's a really old one. Memes of us crying, a lot of crying black people memes. And Get Out, we're crying in all these various movies. I'm tired. It's not racist to use memes. It's not racist to use memes. It can be. And it's not racist to find things funny, but disproportionately, and I'm only speaking from my experience, disproportionately, we as black people absolutely get memed for just being earnest. And it bothers me a lot. It does. Because a lot of times we weren't being funny. What was so funny? What was so funny? I know that I'm supposed to be laughing with everybody. I'm supposed to be a good sport. I'm supposed to be Twitter brained and super like, yes, period, this, that, the other. But like, I'm just like, why are you laughing at this? I want you to sit down and explain to me what about this is actually funny to you. They won't be able to put their finger on it. They're just going to say, someone said, bye, Felicia. It's literally just like the sheer number of memes that are literally just black people existing, being kind of hella black, honestly, saying things the way that we say things sometimes, or doing the things that we do. And you got to be so careful, or I have to be so careful talking about this because I don't want to sound insane or like, a spoiled sport. But I'm just like, I've always believed that y'all are too quick to laugh at us, and it makes me uncomfortable. because a lot of it isn't funny to me, or I misunderstand the joke, I guess. And you can't chalk all that up to my ADHD or whatever. I'd be sitting on the sidelines like, I just don't get why this is funny. I don't. Someone said Jack Harlow is shaking somewhere. Oh God. Well then, okay, here's the thing. Like, we start getting into, because there's levels to this as there are to all. Lord, there's levels to this as there are to all things. Then when you start taking this thing that people find funny about the way black people express themselves, and you realize that you don't even need black people to do this, and you have people who build entire careers off of like, oh, he's so funny, he's really down with the stuff, oh, she's so funny because like she talks this way and she does these things. It's like people who figure out like if you actually put on blackface, obviously you finna get jumped online, but like you can just say these things that black people say all the time and make a funny face while doing it. And it's like that Shane Dawson level of humor hasn't entirely died. Not all the way. Not all the way. There's still people blowing up online for doing things that black people do while not being black and getting a whole career because of it. And it's like, you don't want to be I don't want to be a spoil sport. I don't want people to call me, offended over everything or this, that, the other. But it's just like, I shouldn't care so much what y'all think about me. I should just say the way that I say. Somebody said the fact that it's been 1 hour, we're supposed to talk about Sabrina. Nah, we lost in the sauce now. We here. Someone said catch me outside. Literally catch me outside doing a black scent. Oof, loaded term right there. But doing a black scent and having a whole career because of this is just like It's really, 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 really tricky, man. I mean, it's not really tricky. Someone said blackface without the paint. I mean, it happens a lot. Let me drink some water. Reading chat. Oh God. Someone said there's also something to be said about black people, particularly black women, being discredited or looked over for saying intelligent things with non-white verbiage. Oh, so we're gonna get into it? You want to actually get into it? I think you're 100% correct. Okay. No examples, because I don't even need examples, but the amount of times I see like very elevated academic takes that are really taking people by storm, and they're like, yes, this is, oh my God, you're really speaking the truth. And they're just things that honestly we have been screaming from the rooftops for my entire life. I'm over here just like, man, we've been said that, but did we not say it in a way that was pithy enough for you or accessible or digestible? It had to be repeated to you in language that was very quote unquote elevated before you understood the thing that we have been saying. I see that one a lot. I think about that a lot, where I'm just like, man, I love the progress of it all. I love academic, an academic approach to all of this stuff, but brother, oh man, it's a mess. It's a mess. Someone said, true, and then being strawman for using quote unquote ebonics, thus you couldn't be intelligent enough to have a point worth hearing. Yeah, no, it is really, 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 really tricky. You say things a certain way, and now you're a meme because you said something too black for people to actually listen to what you were saying. And now it's your reaction image for the rest of your life. But let somebody say the same thing in a way that's more palatable, and then you can be an ally, you can be a thought leader, you can be dude, it's rough, buddy. It's rough out here. And it's not even like, this can happen in multiple different ways. I'm just talking about my personal experience or things that I've seen. Also, it's made me fear being earnest online. I don't see too many talks about this, but like, yeah, I'll still do it on a live stream or whatever. But what's really sad, even though I've gotten a lot more expressive nowadays, which I'm really proud of myself for doing because I had to work to do it. But like, I used to be really worried about being discredited because of how I was, how I was saying things. So I would be really like all the time because I just didn't want people coming into this ignoring my good points. And I did have good points. For as much as I earlier in the stream complained about, oh, I was so silly when I was younger, I did still have good points, but I hate the way that I had to present them. I hate the way I had to present them. Honestly, that was wrong. Someone said this kind of applies to other ethnic accents too, like East Asian or Indian. No, it does, dude. There's so many different ways you could approach this. Again, that's why I say I'm only talking about my own experience. But yeah, no, God, it's so tricky, man. It's so tricky, so tricky. Sometimes I know how this feels. I know you do. Yeah, I just like, I'm black. Hot take. And I want to be taken seriously at times. And I want to be myself. Those three things, sadly, sometimes are lifelong in conflict. Unfortunately, just being a person in a society that does not value being in a white supremacist society, those aspects of myself, they just get jumbled up and misunderstood. I'm black as hell. I have a lot of things that I would like to say, and I want to say them genuinely, but I'm always so worried about like pissing people off, or because the thing is too, it literally only takes one. This is bad, but it literally only takes one event before people write you off forever. I think even though I've enjoyed my time, I don't know why I'm talking about this, but listen, this is y'all's fault because y'all were saying good things in chat. So we're really getting into the nitty gritty. Even though I've enjoyed my time online and I'm grateful for this, I'll never take it for granted. I have also always been on a tightrope, and it's not something I'm going to cry about, me personally. That's just who I am. It's not different than it is offline, but I think having a platform and being seen as anything, whatever, voice of reason, or I don't know, none of that is real. But since I was 20 doing YouTube, I've always known if I say the wrong thing, it only takes one video where people decide that I'm just some angry black person. Even though I also am an angry black person. I feel like, by the way, that's something that I would like to say. I am angry and loud all the time, and I call everything racist. Let's get some validation right now for angry, loud black people who are always talking about racism. Yes, I'm that. Yes, I am. Now what? Where do we go from here? That's how I feel. When I was younger, I was really, 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 really worried about being seen like that. I was so terrified because I, on some level, suspected I would not even have the platform that I had. And I was also correct. But yes, I'm black. Yes, I'm loud. And yes, I have a lot to complain about. I'm never going to shut up. I'm literally never going to stop. I'm sorry. If this is annoying y'all, it's not annoying y'all, clearly. I'm doing really well right now. But this is annoying y'all. Y'all are going to have to figure out what to do with that information. Someone said I'm loud and angry and black and I love it. Exactly. That's what I had to do. I had to grow out of that fear of how people were perceiving me and just be like, and what? Did I lie? Focus on that, first of all. Before you're worried about the way that I said things, focus on what I was saying. Was I correct? That's what I need y'all to be worried about. So yeah, that's why I felt a lot freer in my videos to talk about things and just forget the eggshells. I saw someone in the chat say no more working on eggshells. Someone said totally valid anger. Someone said you're not angry, you're passionate. I'm both. Honestly, that's the thing is like, I'm literally everything. And that applies for every single person. I'll just talk about myself specifically. I'm loud and I'm also quite thoughtful and I'm angry and I'm very joyful and I have no tolerance and I'm pretty nuanced and like it's all these things that seem to be very conflicting, and I used to want to project only the half of myself that I thought people would be able to accept, but I am just in turns everything. I'm literally everything, as everyone is. That's just my laundry list. Y'all are in chat and you're this and that and this and that, and people will say you being one thing takes away your right to be this other thing. Just because I'm actually coming into something angry doesn't mean that I'm unreasonable. That's something that I think like a lot of people really don't seem to have a good grip on. Like, yeah, no, I might honestly be coming into this mad as hell, but I still stopped and thought about all of my points. And I know that what I'm saying is right. I just also have an emotional reaction to it because I have feelings in my heart. I have a heart and a brain. But yeah, no, just being, dear God, being a black person and trying to show your heart without giving people a reason to act like you don't have a brain. Tricky. That's it. I got a heart. I do. I got culture. I got all these things, and like, I don't know. It's like nothing has even changed. Nothing has even changed. It's like sometimes I feel like we're literally all the way back to like old academic literature from like abolitionists arguing like, hey, I'm a person, bro. I'm a person. Ain't I a woman? Like all these things. Like I literally sometimes on the internet, y'all make me feel like I'm doing the same thing that people have always, we in this country have always been arguing of like, I am literally just a human being who has as much of an internal world as you do. You know what I mean? I do. That's it. However deep your problems are, so are mine. Someone says something has changed. Yeah, no, but clearly though, things are a lot better, obviously. I just think there's this core debate that I think about with like online racism where y'all just don't think of me as a person. And I can't, no matter what I can do, or no matter what I do, I can't like force you to see me that way as like a full real person with all of the contradictions and mess and goodness and badness that entails. I'm an entire human being. And you know what sucks? Some of the people who get this wrong are also progressive. We're not leftists in fighting. I don't believe in leftists in fighting. I'm just saying there are a lot of well-meaning people who actually are quite progressive and they still don't see me as a person. They still don't see black people as like actual people who could have any number of reasons for why they believe or don't believe the things that they do. Like, we can be wrong as black people. We can be right about things. We can be whatever we want to be and whatever we are. It's not 100% intrinsically tied to our race, even though there are many things about me being black that are inextricably tied from the things I believe. But like, I encounter it everywhere in different places. So yeah, obviously I'm mostly calling out conservative right-wing people who obviously don't see me as a person. But listen, you can't be, you should not be being progressive and still viewing black people as a monolith who should theoretically all believe this one thing. I think that's a problem. A lot of people educate themselves on what has happened in this country, how this country was actually built, not the myths, but the slave trade and its persistence even after abolition. And people get very, very educated and they start thinking they know things because they know what's in the book. But then they start looking around at the black people in their life and thinking like, oh, I understand what you represent from literally a statistical perspective. And a lot of times we just get talked about as like stats or something to be overcome, or it's so monolithic. It's so deeply monolithic. And it's jarring. It's jarring to me, honestly. It's the kind of thing that's really, really hard to put my finger on, because it's like you're telling this to people who don't know what you're saying. I think I could have this whole conversation with somebody and they would agree with me that what I'm saying is wrong, but they won't realize that they're still doing it. And it pisses me off a little bit, kind of encountering that form of hard to pin down racism, of progressively thinking that all black people should be, whatever it is that you insert after should be is racist, dude. It just is. Whatever you say, all black people should. There should not be a thing after that. There should not. I might have my own opinions about what we should or should not be doing for our best interest or whatever, but like we genuinely are not a monolith. We ain't. We is not. This isn't what we are. Someone said it's dehumanizing. That's the thing. It is dehumanizing though. Because listen to me. I feel like you're listening. I don't even know why I'm saying listen to me, but listen. If you take nothing else away from this conversation, I really do want it to be this. If you have reduced me to some sort of ugly statistic about crime, and you're like, he's a criminal, forget anything he's ever done, you're dehumanizing me, obviously, and you know that you're doing that. But if you have reduced me to some sort of crystallization of suffering in a larger point about your good politics, you still dehumanized me. I'm not less dehumanized in this scenario than if you had just called me a criminal. I don't think a lot of people are ready for that conversation. And it's just like, it's not my responsibility to go in and tell you point by point, like, this happens. I'm not crazy. I'm not making things up. What I'm saying is true. People do this a lot, and I encounter it a lot trying to educate myself about having decent political takes in this, that, the other. Like, a lot of dehumanization of black people and just using them as a point in being a progressive person. And I'm just like, damn, I hate this. Because when push comes to shove, like, we literally agree on what we're saying. We really, really do. But like, task failed successfully. It's so painful, man. Someone said this othering happens a lot. The othering happens a lot, man. Quite a bit. And it's again because people can't hold space for like individualism and collectivism at the same time. That's really what the issue is that like, yeah, we are our own people and this, that, the other, but we're not like, I guess, I don't know, man. It's so tricky. Someone said using suffering as a stepping stone to their victories. It happens a lot. It really, really, really does. Yeah. Reading chats. Someone said, there's a lot of really good stuff in chat right here. Some said individual humans shouldn't have to represent anything. They should just be allowed to just be people. For sure. Someone said, I don't love how some people label places as really dangerous when it's really a predominantly black neighborhood. Oh, that's a whole separate thing. And you are absolutely correct. Oh my God. Someone said it's frustrating how often it occurs. It is, man. It is. But it is what can you really do? Someone said this D'Angelo, I haven't been awake early enough to catch your streams, but I have been curious about this from your videos. What are your exact thoughts on Marxism/socialism? My exact thoughts. The word exact is tripping me up a little bit. We talk about Marxism and socialism on this stream quite a bit. But I think it's been a good week. It's been about a week since I brought it up. My thoughts are that Marxism and socialism, communism, all these things are lit. They're lit as hell. Alternatives to capitalism, sign me up. I would vastly prefer them to what we currently have. My take is that I am not smart enough to tell you which one we should be specifically moving towards. But I definitely don't think of these things the way that many people in this country seem to think of them, which is like horrible, bad words that mean stealing money from rich people. Yeah, there's just a really deep misunderstanding of communism, socialism, all of these things that we definitely try not to spread here on this channel because that's just pointless. That's not what these things are. That's not what these things are. It's stupid. Someone said, crazy moment to jump in the stream. Yeah, I know. I'm just riding this wave, man. We have jumped around so many topics. I'm just trying to see how long it goes. Someone said, I'm not smart enough to tell you what the solution is, but I'm smart enough to tell you this ain't it. No, exactly. Yeah, no, I am not, I guess, a capitalism stan. At this point in my life, I think that would be odd, very deeply strange. Here, I'll give you my horrible, really bad boots on the ground, uneducated takes. And I've said this before, but this is just for the sake of this new person who has not caught enough of my streams to know this. I would prefer if we didn't have to use money at all, but in a society where you do need money to live, everyone should definitely have it. That's where I am. And I know that that's not like it's not a hot take. It's not a very deeply informed thing. It doesn't have like a sexy label on it or whatever, but that's pretty much where I am. I'm just like, I am not really convinced that this whole money over everything reality that we live in, I know that that's not correct. Obviously, you can look around at the inequality and the class system and see that that's a bad thing. But for as long as we're here, it certainly should not be something we're okay with, this level of inequality. So people should have money and people should have healthcare and yeah, so universal basic income. Yeah, if we're going to have to do this way, then I believe it should be more equitable, obviously. But I would still prefer that we didn't even have to do it this way. I wish we could be a lot less capitalism minded in our approach to things. But yeah, that makes me feel, I don't know. I wish I could be like, actually, this is the one specific thing that we should all be working towards. But it really just comes back down to a simple, basic logic thing of like, if we have to have money to live, then everybody should have money, and maybe we should fix it to where you don't have to have money to live. I don't even know. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to think about it deeper than that. Of course I educate myself, but that's it, man. That's it. Some access to laundry, a bank, a grocery store. Yeah, no, but I don't want to get too lost in the sauce. I hope for you, new person who has missed those parts of my streams, that sort of clues you into how I think about these things. That being said, I still be in this society though. I'm still in this society, so best believe you're going to see a sponsorship. Yes, you are. You're going to see me making money, and participating in society. But I don't believe in that one meme. Hold on, participating in society meme images. Okay, yeah. I found it. I don't believe in this meme at all. Somebody's saying we should improve society somewhat, and somebody else saying, yet you participate in society. Curious. I am very intelligent. Yes, I participate in society. What am I supposed to do? I'm not being defeatist and saying that I'm okay with the status quo, because I'm not. But the status quo is where we are. So yeah, unfortunately, you totally finna see me. You're gonna see me grinding. I have to grind. I don't have a choice. And in the absence of a choice, I will keep advocating for me to have more choices. But I gotta do what I gotta do. Someone said this is so annoying. Dude, this is so annoying. Telling people, oh yes, I believe that capitalism is a flawed system. And then they'll be like, really? And you texted that from an iPhone? And I'm like, was I supposed to write it in my own blood? Like, yes, this is unethical. I genuinely shudder to think about every single little part of every single little thing that I consume. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. But some people really think that just because there's no, also this is not an iPhone. Some people think that just because there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, that means you should never criticize capitalism. How was that your takeaway? That's literally like saying you can't go outside in the rain without getting wet unless you have an umbrella. So just you should never go outside. No, how about we invent umbrellas? That's kind of how I feel. It's like, I genuinely don't understand this idea of like, we still got to, it's not even a good analogy, but it's so stupid. I can't even think of one that explains how stupid this stuff is. Someone that always criticize capitalism. Literally. Someone said, I hate the socialism is when no iPhone mindset is lazy. Yeah. Dude, y'all piss me off. Someone said, I know when the food is burnt, brother, but this is the only restaurant we got. Yeah, what do you think I'm gonna do? Single-handedly lead a revolution? I wish, but in the absence of that, I guess I might still have to partake in a little capitalism. But trust me, I'll be kicking and screaming all the way there. Is how I feel. Someone said there's nuance to everything. Yeah, and like on the flip side, don't just give up and be like, oh, well, because there is no ethical consumption, I'm not even going to try to reduce my complicity in this system or whatever. But like, yeah, people piss me off online for sure. When, not me specifically, because I don't think I get this criticism, because I don't talk about capitalism in my videos, but people who do constantly get this criticism of like, how dare you have things? And I'm just like, come on, that's got to be the laziest argument against anti-capitalism that you could come up with. You could bring up other arguments against anti-capitalism if you want, and we could get into them. Not on this stream, because I have no energy to do that. But that one specifically always pisses me off, man. Someone said, what did we miss? You missed over 1 hour of me talking about other topics. I'm going to have to literally cut out, I think, 1 hour and 10 minutes of this recording, because Sabrina Carpenter came up and then it just derailed. But honestly, this is what I live for. This is why I live stream, because this is how I actually have conversations with people in real life. Someone said I would be here for our great leader D'Angelo. Okay, listen. Whereas I'm not here to single-handed. Oh God, you just reminded me of something really bad. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm gonna get to that in a second. Whereas I am not here to single-handedly help with any sort of uprising or revolution or this, that, the other. All I'm gonna say, I have enough riz to do it though. I have enough riz. That's the thing that you need for an uprising. You need for revolution. You gotta have charisma. You gotta have game. I have enough game. Oh, people would definitely overthrow their country for me. And maybe this is just me like being Delulu, but honestly, I'd be looking at myself in the mirror and I'm just like, I would bring about the end of capitalism for you. So I'm not gonna actually like try to do that because that just seems like a lot of energy. But if anyone was gonna follow people into our new future, it would be me specifically. Hook me up, honestly. Honestly, hook me up when the time comes. I'll do some PR for you, a sponsorship. I will be a brand ambassador. I will happily be a brand ambassador for socialism. I'll be like, hi guys, today's video is sponsored by socialism. I'm here to tell you about why this is a good thing. Actually, it's really misunderstood. I'm purposely like trying to sway you using my social influence into agreeing with my opinion on this. I would do it. I would do it for socialism. Give me that sponsorship. Okay, hold on though. Trigger warning, like actual trigger warning, because I'm gonna switch into talking about something so awful, and I'm sorry in general, talking about somebody getting exposed for being a rapist, among other things. But like, did y'all see that news about Cesar Chavez? That was something I wanted to talk about it today because I thought it's worth talking about. Obviously, I just started thinking about organizing and the kinds of people who lead these things, and yeah, it's not something I want to make a whole video about because it's literally just depressing and I don't have anything to add to that. But that was really bad. Someone said thank you for talking about this. Yeah, so someone said it's so disappointing. It's beyond disappointing. So Cesar Chavez, American labor leader and civil rights activist, right? Obviously did a lot, has streets named after him for a reason, was for workers' rights and stuff, but currently, and apparently for a while, which I didn't understand, but currently, despite him dying in 1993, these abuse allegations are coming out of him just being a rapist, allegations involving sorry, it's kind of insane. But what I thought was really interesting was Dolores Huerta, also very instrumental in this same movement. She came forward and talked about this at age 95, which I thought was amazing. Sorry, I don't know why. It's a heavy topic. Amazing. What I mean by that is just like, I literally can't imagine this. She said, I'm nearly 96 years old, and for the last 60 years, I've kept a secret because I believe that exposing the truth would hurt the farm worker movement I've spent my entire life fighting for. So she said recently, essentially, that he forcefully impregnated her and that she had multiple children by him, kept that a secret, did not come forward about what she experienced because she just didn't want this to turn back on people discrediting the movement that she was fighting for people's rights. And for literally 60 years, just did not say anything. She also said, I think if I remember correctly, one of the main reasons that she came forward was because she then saw other people saying the same thing about Chavez and then was like, okay, well, hey, this also happened to me. So she's just doing this in solidarity. But yeah, I was like, that is pretty awful. That's so interesting. And I'm telling you right now, this is like, we got hella things named after this dude. Things I've been to, streets I've been on, you know what I mean? But if people are coming out and saying you're a rapist, like, I don't think that the individual specifically needs to be put on this pedestal the way that we've been doing. Obviously, that doesn't discredit unions and the beauty of unions. And I think I also just have a lot of like, I literally cannot imagine thinking, or how hard it would be to think to yourself, this thing that I'm doing right now or that I'm fighting for is so deeply important, but also I can't even speak up about this thing that happened to me because I don't want to feel like I am making this thing crash down. So honestly, what I feel is just grateful that she's still here and was able to speak out at 95. 95, man. That's just so interesting. Not interesting, sorry, you know what I mean. It's just, it's not the kind of news that you expect to see because Chavez has been dead for such a long time. Dolores Huerta, obviously, she's 95 is not the age that you expect to hear like massive life updates from. So it very much was blindsided everybody. But I'm still glad that she spoke up. Period. And yeah, I have nothing but support for her choosing to do that. With that being said, I saw a lot of, not with that being said, it's not a counterpoint, but I saw a lot of discussion about like the pedestal is the problem. And I think I would have to agree. That's sort of my take on this. No matter what somebody's politics are, no matter how many good things somebody has going for them or true, actual, real, and helpful things that people are putting out into the world, we should not be placing individual people on pedestals. We just shouldn't be doing it. Honestly, there's not a good reason to do this. This is the worst possible example of why this isn't a good idea, and I hate that this has happened, but yeah, no, obviously these are allegations. Obviously Chavez isn't here to say what did or did not happen, but I'm not here to disbelieve the people coming forward. I believe these women. Yeah, no, it's sad. It's just deeply unfortunate, and I hate that people experience that. Someone said, there's a lot of people that shape the movement, but we shouldn't be making monuments to people. I think I would have to agree. Even if everything somebody is saying is correct, take the good from what they're saying and build on that. Maybe not on somebody's actual image. You know what I mean? Because people are just people at the end of the day. Someone's idolizing, someone's dehumanizing too. It is a form of dehumanizing someone by turning them into this concept of, oh, they could never do wrong or whatever. And I'm not saying that anybody who appreciated the things that Chavez did for farm workers was doing this or engaging in this sort of behavior. I'm just saying, like, maybe it's time to move past this idea of naming schools after people. Maybe that's how I feel right now. I mean, it might have been past that time a long time ago, but dude, it's just horrible, heartbreaking news. But yeah, I wanted to bring that up and share that with you because more people should read Huerta's full statement. It's just, I don't know. I cannot imagine sitting on something for 60 years and having that much heaviness and then finally getting a chance to speak out about what you experienced. Whew, man. Anyways. Someone said, everyone say it with me. Two things can be true at once. Yeah, very much that. Unions and workers' rights, good thing, right? That's not suddenly untrue, but Cesar Chavez being someone that we don't need to be putting on a pedestal, obviously true as well. Reading chat. Chat, I'm gonna read a very risky chat message. And the chat has paused. I bet y'all didn't know I actually have the ability to pause my live chat on screen. I'm going to go ahead and read this, and I need you to work with me. Pedestals are dangerous. Latest one I can think of is Zoran Mamdani, because when or if he disappoints the people of New York City, it'll be seen as a betrayal. Okay, I'm gonna bring the chat back. Dude, I agree. Listen, I love me some Mamdani. I genuinely like. I'm in awe of what he's doing. I love this direction that we're moving in. I do still feel like we need to be a little bit careful just how much we're hyping up singular individual people. I think the reason that I'm such a big Mamdani fan is because of the things that he represents that aren't even him specifically. It's the things that he believes in and the change that he's trying to bring about for people is beautiful. And he's not the one telling us that we need to be hyping him specifically up. But I do think a lot of this like borderline stan, not even borderline, honestly, there's just a lot of stan mentality behind this, and I'm just like, I would hate to see that for anybody, even a politician who actually genuinely seems like they are trying to be good and do good. Like, support what he's doing for sure, but don't rely on anybody as like your hero type stuff. And that's not criticism of him, because I've never seen anything that he said that indicates that he thinks we should be talking about him this way. But it's so interesting to think about, like, and there's a time and a place for everything. If you see people are rejoicing because they feel like things have moved in a more progressive direction, personally, I don't think that that's a good time to slide in and be like, well, y'all shouldn't be this excited because he's just a politician or whatever. Come on, guys, we can still be happy. We can still be happy over things, but like in a sort of bubble right here where we're not really talking about any one specific thing. I would agree that's another example of it would be great to focus more on the policy of what somebody is doing versus the actual person themselves, because that person is just a person, honestly. Reading chat. Someone said, who is this? I just tuned in. Who is who? We were talking about Mamdani. Reading. So two things can be true at the same time. It's always that. You know how they have those little bots that say things in a chat at like a set interval? I need a little bot in my chat that randomly just says multiple things can be true. Just randomly. every 5 minutes, I'm going to have a little bot that just says multiple things can be true. And I'm going to agree with it, no matter who says it, honestly. Reading chat. Someone said that's why we need to be about each other, the group, not the great man. No, for real. But that being said, multiple things be true. Don't take this as some sort of knock against him or the things that he's trying to do. I think he's super dope, honestly. I thought that was great news, obviously. Him being, him winning. Duh. But at the same time, I'm just like, I don't want no repeats of this disappointment. Someone said make a soundboard. I probably won't do a soundboard because I get way too easily distracted. Okay, anyways, that being said, I only have so much time left. I'm going to try to reel it back in. I don't know if it's going to happen. Hold on. We're going to think about the heavy topics. We talked about nuance. We talked a little bit about gender. I had an American flag background, which is my new party trick I could do. Look at that. Yeehaw. We talked about so many things that have nothing to do with the reason I sat down long ago. I'm like exiting out of the multiple contexts I was in. I'm stepping back closer and closer to talking about. Someone said realignment. I'm realigning. I feel myself coming back to where I was. It was about Gen Z. If you were here well over an hour ago, we were talking about, we were not talking about Sabrina Carpenter. She just came up. That wasn't the point of my stream. We were talking about whether or not people see, or whether or not we are prudes. We actually did technically have a topic. We have just been going all the way. Someone said close the parentheses. I'm trying to close it back up. We're locking back in. We are literally locking back in. I had so much fun though. This is one of my favorite streams that I've done so far. I really love this. I completely forgot where we started. I did not. I still have the tab open. Chat, believe it or not, we were right here. Someone said multiple topics can be the topic. You know what? Period. For as much as I say multiple things can be true, multiple topics can be my topic. So actually, me arguing with nobody right now. Actually, my live chat isn't ever mean to me, so I can't argue. So I'm gonna argue with the wall right now. The topic is whatever I say the topic is. The topic is whatever the topic winds up being. So if I sit down and I say, oh, we're gonna talk about puritanical Gen Z, but then we wind up talking about the mayor of New York, then that's my main topic. And that's on period. So multiple topics could be the main topic. Let me drink some water. My water bottle is like whistling now, and I hate it. Someone said you were never off topic. Exactly. Was I off topic or was I on a subtopic? That's what I think we need to unpack a little bit. I need you all to get woke with me. I need you all to think about this from my perspective. Did he get off topic or did he drill down into a deeper level of topic that was not previously topicked? That's how I feel. Also, I have ADHD. All right, Gen Z. Gen Z is afraid of sex. I can't do this. What? Sometimes I'll just read certain things that are on my screen and I'm like, are you on a live stream in front of all these people talking about Gen Z is afraid of sex? Because that's crazy. And then you try to convince everybody in your life that you have a real job. Gen Z is afraid of sex, says NPR. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Forget all of my actual talking points in my outline. I'm just going to throw a tantrum. Shut up. Not you specifically. A lot of the times, the people who write articles don't get to pick their headlines. So I'm not blaming you, Liam McBain. But shut up, NPR. You don't know what you're talking about. So they're talking about this Puritan discourse. Someone said, what did I miss? Everything. You missed everything. You're going to watch the video tomorrow and be like, how did he get a video out of this much yapping? Excuse me. They acknowledge that they're just being a little bit facetious. They don't believe that everybody is really afraid of things, okay? But in this little thing, oh, whoa, scary. They say Brittany Luce discovers why Gen Zers are having less sex with Tobias Hess, contributing writer for Paper Magazine and writer of the Gen Zero Substack, and Carter Sherman, reproductive health and justice reporter at The Guardian, and author of Second Coming. Second Coming. Sex and the Next Generation's Fight Over Its Future. Okay. So episode highlights. Is Gen Z less horny? They ask. Sherman says, in my conversations with young people, I did not find them to be sex negative. If anything, I felt like they felt really bad about themselves for not having had enough. I will say in general, it's not that they're less. It's that what they're doing is outsourcing a lot of their sexuality to the internet. I'm thinking about how I feel about this. This is so interesting. Personally, I wouldn't even really feel bad about I wouldn't really feel bad about myself for not having had enough sex or whatever that means, because what does enough actually mean? You know what I mean? What does enough actually mean? Who here doesn't look? You could be honest here, chat. This is a safe space. We're not going to jump you. I guess who here's not really doing a lot and also just doesn't feel bad about it at all. I know what he's saying. I understand. But I just think it's not so much that we have moved to like an internet-based take on this. I think a lot of people just don't care, and we understand now that we don't really have to care. I see some hands raised. Yeah, no, I think I understand. I'm really wrapping my head around this whole Gen Z is less everything, but I don't think it matters that much to people. But he says to certain people, he says, or they say, what they're doing though is outsourcing a lot of sexuality to the internet. They're watching a lot of porn. They're engaging in a lot of LGBTQ plus communities online. Okay. And so I think they're very interested in sex, but they're not necessarily able to put it into practice as much. This is a generation that grew up during COVID, and so they missed a lot of key milestones. They missed out on having that really critical IRL experience to know what it's like to try to get with someone else. Y'all know I'm about to complain and call something homophobic, right? Okay, I don't think this person was trying to. No. I don't know how old this person is. They could literally be young and also in the community, or maybe not. But to say they're outsourcing a lot of their sexuality to the internet, and then follow this up with examples of watching a lot of porn and engaging in LGBTQ plus communities online as a broader conversation. Breathe in, breathe out. The sexualization of the LGBT plus all the pluses community sometimes bothers me. This is not what this person in NPR is doing. I don't think that's the point. I know that a lot of these terms have the word sex in them. Bisexual, homosexual, right? But engaging in LGBTQ plus communities online, oh my God, that's not the same thing as watching a lot of porn and seeing these things get lumped together. I feel like I'm getting whacked on the head with a cartoon hammer. I'm trying not to get hung up on verbiage when I understand the larger point that they're making, but like, it's also really funny. Someone said that's a whole other discussion. No, it's also really funny being in the community for me personally, being under the umbrella, mostly because I'm on the A spectrum. Can I say that's really funny? A lot of times it's just really funny. That's a whole other topic. That's a whole other topic. And I know that people ain't there yet, for sure. They're not there yet, for sure. But like, oh my God. Just sometimes being queer and also ace, and then seeing people talk about things like this, and I'm just like, baby, no. No. But anyways, that's okay. Stay on topic. I understand what they're saying, that because of the internet, people are doing more sexy time things online, and that is why ostensibly we're doing less of it in real life, because we're missing out on the IRL experience. I guess. I don't have a cogent rebuttal for that. It feels a little bit like an oversimplification, and I don't think it's even wrong. I just think we're really underestimating the amount of people who don't care that much. Someone said also LGBTQ plus spaces aren't just about sex, like, at all. Literally, dude, like at all. Even if you're not ace but you're still LGBT, that does not mean it's like purely oh man, it's interesting though, because I understand what people are saying. Someone said, I mean, I'm ace and I also partake in the deed. Sometimes it's complicated, but not really. Yeah, that's the thing too. The ace spec doesn't mean what people think it means. You could be asexual and still a freak. I've talked about that before on not in this chat specifically, but I was on a live stream with Foreign. It was a great stream. But one of the things I said that people in chat started popping off because they were like, oh no, he's on to us. I don't even think people realize that there be some ace freaks out there. They really do. Listen, you might look into like, oh, what asexuality, this means, according to Wikipedia, like lack of sexual attraction to others. Yeah, that's a good entry point into what ace can mean for many people, but nah, it's very much a spectrum. It's very much individual. There's the freakiest people also be ace. It's wild as hell. It's wild as hell. But anyways, getting into this. Let's see. Someone said some people don't understand what I mean when I say I'm pancellistic. A lot of people don't. Someone said, why are you calling me out? No, y'all fly under the radar. Y'all be flying under the radar. It's the funniest thing. Because you be like telling people that you're ace and they're assuming like, oh, and they not even realizing that you're on freak timing. It's hilarious. Someone said, don't out the aces, but I'm not going to tell anybody. We'll let them keep thinking it means what they think it means. It's better that way. Anyways. Okay, so another topic they're bringing up for why Gen Z may be having less of this: how Me Too and the overturning of Roe v. Wade contributed to fear around sex. Okay, so Sherman says, when I talk to young people, straight ones, who are worried about getting pregnant or impregnating someone else, they were petrified. And I think that feeling that people are now going to face a kind of punishment for sex because they'll be forced to have kids that they don't want. Well, that's fair, actually. I think that's really rife within Gen Z, and that contributes to this overall miasma of anxiety and fear around sex that really doesn't lead people to want to have it. I think this is why not everything needs to be a think piece. This is why not everything needs to be a think piece. You don't have to be like, the Me Too movement happening is why Gen Z is having less sex, because I understand what they mean though. Dear God, this conversation was literally doomed from the start. This conversation was doomed from the actual start. I understand what they mean, though, for sure, of like, yes, we are more aware of ways in which things can go wrong, obviously. But when you're in an interview talking about, oh, Me Too happened and now nobody wants to do anything anymore. Brother, this is sending me. This is actually sending me. Someone said I did say it was a contributing factor, though. I think it depends on which way you're approaching this from. If you yourself are just like, I have seen the things that can go wrong, and I've seen people be taken advantage of or harmed in this way, and I'm unwilling to engage. I don't think that that's wrong or surprising or whatever. Unfortunately, though, on the flip side, I do see a lot of men. I don't know, this is just turning into the me calling out men stream, but dude, so many guys are just like, oh, well, I don't want to do anything because she's going to say, yeah, she's going to revoke her consent or whatever. You know what? They are right. I think they're correct, but it's stupid. That is the problem that we're dealing with here. Because I do hear this rhetoric a lot of guys understanding on some level that consent is more complex than they initially realized, hence Me Too, and sort of opting for like, oh, well, I'm just not going to do it because you... I worry when a lot of this sometimes to me sounds like you're kind of blaming this on the other party. Someone said skill issue. Yeah, no, like if consent is more complex than you realized, should you not just update your understanding so that you will be fine. That's how I feel personally. I don't think this sort of hands off, well, fine, screw it. We're not even going to do it because women are scary now. They have agency. It's literally always struck me as kind of defeatist and victim blamey simultaneously. And you'll be shocked how often you'll hear this rhetoric from guys. Someone said rise of incel ideology has become a big turnoff for many people. Yeah, no, like, I think one thing that really bothers me personally is this idea that consent is actually complex. Someone said my first D'Angelo live. Oh, you joined during a great time. I think it bothers me a little bit the way people talk about consent when they try to paint it as something that is esoteric or complex. It's not complex. It is literally just like people. Like, yes, you could say yes, or you could say, but at the end of the day, either someone is consenting or they are not. That's truly what it is. It doesn't have anything to do with actually what are they saying or this, that, the other. You consent to things or you don't. It is your responsibility to make sure that you're on the same page and that everybody's consenting to everything on both sides. And so I really hate a lot of this talk of just like, oh, well, everything's so different now. And you try to... This is kind of icky, honestly, chat. But I see a lot of guys say things like, oh, you got to get stuff in writing, or you got to get it recorded some kind of way. Sorry, I feel so awful even like spreading this information right now, but it's a pretty common talking point among men. Why lie? Honestly, suggesting like you got to get some sort of contract or proof after the fact to prove that she consented. And it's like, that in and of itself is a complete misunderstanding of what consent is. It doesn't matter what she's saying right now, or it doesn't matter, like, either somebody has consented to something or they have not. You need to, at all times, understand whether or not it's still ongoing. I hate this idea that it's actually this really complex thing and you got to be smart and you got to get people locked in and proof and this, that, the other to protect yourself. That way you don't get me too'd or whatever. It's just false. It's not that hard of a concept, man. It's really not that hard of a concept. Someone said recorded consent isn't consent. It's not. I agree. Someone said it's such a turn off for me. Like, F off. Yeah, no, dude, that's such a weird, awful, coercive thing that people do a lot because they're giving up on the idea of actually trying to understand what consent looks like. It pisses me off. Someone said I hear that a lot where I'm at. Ugh, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Yeah, someone said there's true consent and there's manipulation to try to get consent. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think, you know what I think a lot of people struggle with, honestly? A lot of people struggle with this. A lot of men struggle with this. I hate these gender discussions, but listen, it's a gender issue for sure. At the end of the day, if somebody said that they didn't consent to something, it doesn't really matter what they said or did during that entire experience. Honestly, I don't think it's useful to try to go in and be like, oh, well, actually you did this. Actually, you did that. Oh, I have you right here saying this one thing. Oh, at one point you had said this. At any point, something can turn into something that people are no longer consenting to. But I really do think that people are looking for this sort of like pass fail or just a pass in general. And that's why it's so deeply misunderstood. It really, really pisses me off. Someone said you really could just ask, hey, are you still on board? There's so many things that you could do for sure. Someone said, why do you have to get it recorded? People can retract their consent to no. You can. You literally can. You literally can. You can retract it. So agreeing to something does not give you a pass to do whatever. I got so much pushback when I said that in my Caleb Hammer video. So much pushback. People were dragging me on like his subreddit all over the place in his comment section saying like, I am the one who doesn't understand consent. They were making memes about it and stuff about my totally botched understanding. And I was just like, no, I'm correct. You can change your mind. You can. It's a fact, man. Oh my God. Someone said Someone said, I think people have a deep and fundamental misunderstanding of what sex is. Okay, that is literally too deep for the stream. You're correct, by the way. Well, in my opinion. But that's a little too deep for the stream. I don't have enough. I do not have enough smarts to get into that. I can't believe you even said that. 'Cause like, I've always believed that. I've never seen anybody type those words out. I've never seen anybody type those words out online. But on some level, I have always thought that a lot of people, they don't actually understand what like sex is. Even though they think they do, but they don't understand like what it's like, what it could be, what it's kind of not supposed to be. Supposed is a crazy word for something that can manifest in so many different ways. But like, oh nah, you're correct, man. That's an interesting take, but that's way beyond the scope. That's way beyond the scope of this specific stream. Anyways, so okay, we've got the whole we're getting less horny thing, I guess. We've got the whole Me Too movement overturning Roe v. Wade. People are scared now. Someone said, I was a freshman in college in 2018, so right after the height of the Me Too movement. I think the tenor of discourse was so fraught and so scary. There was no sort of signal that sex was something young people did for pleasure or for fun or to connect, I suppose. Excuse me. Okay, I'm going to skip the section about Sabrina Carpenter because we already discussed that a little bit. As you see, there's a lot of think pieces. There's a lot of discourse about why this may or may not be the case. And you can very quickly get into some tricky conversations about this. Reading chat. Someone said it's a factual take. Let's start there. Look, I can't start there because I am not smart enough, okay? I am not smart enough to start there with the people misunderstand what it is. But look, it's not just online in articles. Obviously, you run into this a lot online in forums, Reddit, etc. Me trying to make Reddit sound like a smart place. Obviously, it's a hellscape. But look, it's this for sure. This is it true that Gen Z is becoming more puritanical? And you get like this whole conversation about it, 1,000 comments. This is just 25 days ago. This conversation literally never ends. No matter how much we talk about it, what direction we approach it from. And you get comments like, Gen Z goes through life with the expectation that absolutely everything they say or do is likely to be photographed, recorded, transcribed, preserved forever. This does lead to a lot of behavior patterns that can be described as puritanical. To me, it seems not that different from religious fundamentalists thinking 50 or 100 years ago that they would be condemned to eternal hellfire if they failed to flee youthful lusts, except Gen Z's hellfire would precede death. And I'm just like, or people are just tired of seeing like the 500th random out of nowhere sex scene in a movie they clicked into. Surely there are arguments to be made for everything in this comment, as they are made ad nauseum in this entire discussion on the generationology subreddit, whatever that is. But I'm trying to show you, essentially, you have experts saying this, people who write books on this, you have random people saying this online, we're getting this in headlines on Reddit, we're accusing each other of this, etc. And on some level, I don't necessarily think it's true. I don't think it's true in the way that people think it is true. That's mostly what I'm here to argue today, if that makes sort of sense. Look at this. You're not crazy. This is another random post I pulled. This is about age gap relationships or whatever. But this person says, you're not crazy. Your generation has a seriously warped view of relationships due to being constantly online and not actually engaging in them in the real world. Their puritanical thinking, you see why I'm pulling this, people really talk about us like this, makes them unwitting crabs in a bucket, constantly trying to bring down the people who try to escape and actually live life and have fun like people are supposed to. Oh God, how old is this person? This is also another way they're pushing the country even further and further towards right-wing religious conservatism. I don't even know if I'm going to get through this stream before my time ends, because there's so much to talk about and I rambled for so long. Even the ones who are liberal engage in the same puritanical behavior, which has only one logical outcome at the end of the day. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. This is another paragraph I took psychic damage from because I don't even know where to start. Let me drink some water. Yes, I'm deeply concerned about the prevalence of conservatism among Gen Z men. Actually, there's a it's pretty split along gender lines, as we're going to get into in a second here. Sorry, this just makes me feel like I'm just laughing at older people, and that's not what I'm doing. I understand your concern. I really do, kind of. But like, I think we're still falling back into think piece culture, where it's really easy to draw parallels between things that are not necessarily related. Oh my God. Work with me, chat. Everyone on Reddit thinks they're a philosopher. I know. Me pulling this from Reddit is the beginning of the end, which is why I also purposely pulled things from articles and professionals. But I want to get into, you encounter this a lot online as well. Reading chat. Someone said, honestly, you're right to be when everyone is having this misconstrued idea about Gen Z. Yeah, I think that's mostly what I'm getting at, where you can get these really big think pieces, thousands of upvotes, get your articles and headlines. And like, are you actually asking people in Gen Z what they think? I know that many of these people are claiming to, but it's very much like an outside perspective. So far, the only perspective we've had from somebody was just one person saying they're not interested in hookups, even though they don't view sex and morality as even having anything to do with each other. They said it's BS. That was their exact word. And then it gets complicated, honestly, because you do have people who are puritanical about things. You know what I mean? Someone said reading chat is a vocal stump for me. I know. I say reading chat so often. I might just be stimming as well. Listen, I know what these people are talking about, because I'm gonna pull a meme for you right now, and some of y'all might get called out a little bit. Hopefully not you the viewer, but listen when I tell you. I know this is hard to read. Sorry, a lot of memes I like are just impossible to read. We went over this earlier in the stream, but I wasn't recording. There is a kind of particularly like faux progressive moral panic that people do engage in online a lot. This meme says, I'm going to try to read this really fast. A genuinely insane number of young people fell into vaguely leftist beliefs without doing anything to unlearn their factory settings and now get angry about anything that doesn't fit their evangelical mother moral purity standards, but instead of Bible verses, they use therapy speak and portmanteau buzzwords that sound academic to explain my artistic expression that they think is icky or that portrays bad things as inherently demonic, problematic. Here's the thing, though. This is also true. This is true. So as much as I just want to be like, all of you leave me alone in my over here, stop talking about, I know what people are referring to, but I think the issue is that people who do this, they get their actions ascribed to the entire generation, when honestly, this is a very chronically online way of interacting with things that I don't think is the default when most people that I've personally encountered are talking about the prevalence of sex sells and us just being expected to be okay with sex scenes everywhere. It's not always this. Yes, this is a thing that exists, but I just don't think this is everybody. What do you think about that, chat? What do you think about that? Let's get into that. Hold on. Where's that one? There's this meme that I'm not going to be able to find. Oh yeah, it's right here. It's essentially it's essentially the Goomba fallacy. All right, listen. It's the Goomba fallacy. This is a hilarious image. Okay. So you have Goomba over here on Twitter. And Goomba believes everyone on this website is stupid except for me. And Goomba is thinking of this stupid target user that says, I believe in opinion A and B. I'm a stupid walking contradiction. But what is happening is that multiple diverse people are getting filtered through Twitter and presented to Goomba as one singular person. And when you do it that way, it makes everything that everybody is saying sound stupid. I have opinion A that contradicts opinion B. I have opinion B that contradicts opinion A. And then you have Goomba thinking that we all are just like this. I feel like Goomba in this case is like people outside of Gen Z listening to the many diverse ways that we express ourselves and labeling us all this one singular thing, when there could be 5 different reasons for why one singular person does not actually want to engage with or be privy to what they perceive as like over sexualization of the media they're consuming or whatever. Somebody said accurate. Yeah, no, when this is one of those memes that changed my life. When I really started realizing that even I myself am still susceptible to the Goomba fallacy. And I really had to start picking apart individual groups and not allowing social media to convince me that all of these things are the same thing. So it's the Goomba paradox. Yeah, no, but like, yes, if you clicked into today's stream or today's video because you understand that there is a form of Gen Z puritanism that does exist, I'm not arguing against it. I'm just arguing for myself. I don't want to be lumped in with people who actually think there is a morally abhorrent component to these things. Does that make sense? Does that track? Reading chat. Someone said this is the first time I've heard of the Goomba fallacy. Dude, I have to work hard not to overuse this because it applies to so many things online. It really, really, really does. But yeah, let's keep going because clearly everybody's mystified. Everybody wants to know, why is Gen Z the way that they are? So getting into, let's start with like the sex scenes of it all. I don't think, this is an old article, by the way. I don't think there's anything remotely prudish about this. UCLA study 2023. Gen Z wants less sex on screen, prefers platonic relationships depicted to romantic roller coasters. Okay? Believe it or not, I do have a tiny little bit of a thesis. It's not a hot take. It's a deeply ice cold take, and you can find anybody saying this. I really feel like the expectation is that we are like this due to an aversion towards sex that is based on some sort of moral ick. But I actually, for me personally, I approach this due to an overabundance. That is my problem that I have. Somebody said, I'm curious what's making him sound the way that he does. Do I sound different in this stream? Is my audio I'm paranoid. Does it sound okay? I hope so. Reading chat. Someone said they want more story in their movie is pretty valid. Yeah, no. Reading chat. Someone said actual romance. I want friendships, bro. I want friendships in my stream. Someone said, I feel like fatigue towards cis heteronormativity plays a lot into it. Well, definitely, yeah. Someone said no. Okay, yeah, I think I sound fine. I don't know. I tried to make sure that my nothing is... Look, I asked because I don't know. I can't hear myself. A lot of times when you were on stage, if I had a job talking in front of a mic, I'd be able to hear myself. But yeah, someone said you sound like usual. I can't change my voice. Someone said you sound like a Goomba. I could play a Goomba. You know what? I could play a Goomba. Does the Mario... I'm getting distracted on purpose. Does the Mario movie have Goombas in it? Because listen, I don't know if y'all watched the Mario movie. It was really dumb, but it was very cute. There's a toad in there. And is it Keegan-Michael Key? I think. Yes. Listen, if Keegan-Michael Key can play Toad, I believe the world is ready for me to play a Goomba. I want somebody to convince me out of this. Hold on. I'm gonna make myself go away. I really want you to like sit down and envision me as the Goomba. Dumbest content ever. Okay. Oh, hey, Bowser. It's me, Goomba. We stormed the castle. The princess wasn't there. I was wondering if you wanted to like try another location. No. Oh, you're just going to set us on fire. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we kind of expected it. I could be a Goomba. I think I could play a Goomba. I do. Start the campaign. I know that they already made the second Mario movie. It's probably done. But I think... Some said you're versatile. You have range. I have range, which is called sounding like me all the time. I can't do voices, but I think a Goomba with a D'Angelo voice would be hilarious. Someone said I'm imagining it. No, see, hold on. We'll do it one more time. Okay. Coming back. Okay, turning myself off. Mario was there. It was a battlefield, kind of one-sided. I'm actually the only one who made it back. Bowser, I was wondering if we could maybe start like a therapy program for the Goomba. Oh, budget cuts. Okay, no, I understand. It's just, getting sent out there and seeing my brethren stomp to nothing is kind of a lot. But you know what? I did sign up for this. I mean, I didn't sign up. I don't even know where I came from. Was I made in a lab? What are Goombas? Listen. Sign me up. I want to be a Goomba. That's all I want. I know that we're tired of voice actors who are not voice actors. I know that I'm not a voice actor. But give me a cameo. I'm not going to take it away from anybody else. Give me 2 lines. I want 2 lines in the Mario movie 3, and then I will be happy. I won't ask for anything else. Anyways, I'm just kidding. And this is what happens when we bring up video games. I start talking about video games. Getting back into this. I myself, they have Euphoria on screen right now, and that's a great talking point. I myself am a proud hater. I'm a proud hater of sex scenes, unnecessary sex scenes in movies. It don't make me puritanical. It just does not. Euphoria in general, I actually find to be deeply, deeply concerning, honestly. I feel like Euphoria has come up a lot in my content just because it's a very popular show, but like, I get weirded out at the idea of these characters being this young in the first place and everything getting sexualized. And then also, you move into the new season and aren't they all, not all, but like, they're like doing like sex work now, the characters, which I'm not knocking actual sex work. I'm just like, why is this literally so, why is this so sexualized? I genuinely don't understand this idea of like, this show is about teenagers and now we're going to jump forward and they're a little bit older. They're college age, but they're going to be doing like sex stuff, this, that, and I'm just, it weirds me out. And Euphoria is not the only show that exists. This is not the only thing that we're being sold, essentially, in the name of this is what you want. And so that is why I sound quite puritanical talking about things like this and saying it makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable, chats. Someone said, aren't they playing minors? Yeah. And the first season, at least, they're literally supposed to be kids. I don't think Euphoria should be a show that has a bunch of sexy stuff in it. It's not sexy to me, that's for sure. Someone said cringe. Yeah, I get the cringe, man. Someone said it's sad because season 1 of Euphoria was peak. Yeah, no. You can definitely make shows about teenagers and their relationships that are not Euphoria. And maybe I'll leave it at that. I'll give you another example. We talked about this on the previous stream, so I'm going to make it shorter this time. I watched the movie Poor Things, which is really hyped up by people. They were like, oh, you have to watch Poor Things. God almighty. I show up. In the theater. This is such a grainy photo. Can we please have some more pixels? I get excited for this. I sit down and I watch it. And it's like, oh my God. Whoa. Not because I actually think that there's a problem with what they're depicting, even though I do think there is a problem with what they're depicting. It's literally because, like, there are parts of this movie that are so deeply unnecessary. No matter how much you do or do not like the movie, this is just my opinion as a consumer of the art. There are parts of it that just did not need to go on for as long as they did. And I was just like, man, I'm tired of this happening. That's mostly what I'm a little bit fatigued from. Things being about sex existing or whatever. I know it sounds like there's so little nuance or so little difference between these two things. It's not the same thing. There are things where you get scenes and I don't care at all. I don't care. Someone said, I'm so happy I didn't see that with my parents. I don't think I would watch this one with my mom. That's just me though. Someone said, is one of them the scene you talked about last stream? I'm not even going to get into it this time, but yeah, that is an example of things that I get uncomfy. Also, now I know that they're going to call me a prude. They're going to call me a prude right now. Whatever did happen to suggestion or like fading to black a little bit or like implication? Because I think the thing that many people are trying to convince me of when it comes to all these sex scenes that are and everything now is essentially like it's just part of the story. This is just a thing that people do. And I'm like, is it not also a thing that you can do with storytelling and art to basically imply that something has happened without actually directly needing to get into the specifics for the entire duration? Can I not use my mind or my imagination and be like, someone said I miss creativity in sensuality? No, literally, can I not just be like, oh wow, those people definitely just did something? Like I feel like we're losing something, chat. And it's not purity or morality that's being lost. We're losing some sort of like nuance. That's maybe what's bothers me a lot in the way things are portrayed nowadays. Someone said, give me yearning. Yeah, leaving much mystery and imagination. That's what I feel like is missing a lot of times, and why I don't have the reaction that I think people want me to have with these scenes, because I'm just like, you're just doing the same thing. Sometimes I feel like this is more preference. It definitely is preference, and all I'm saying is my preference for what I'm saying I want is not actually rooted in distaste for the existence of sex as a concept. It's just not rooted in morality, and therefore I'm not puritanical about it, I guess. That's how I feel. Someone said we've lost the plot. I feel like some people definitely have, but that's just me. Also, some said, I love metaphors. I love using my imagination. Okay, look. I'm not gonna get too specific, because this is a YouTube video after all, I will just say some of the things that have actually made me raise my eyebrows the most on screen, nobody was even out of their clothes. I'm not going to get into any details. That's not the point I'm trying to make here. I'm just trying to say I need y'all, some of y'all, to be a little more creative. Because at times when I have actually like clutched my pearls and been like, oh my God, whoa, nobody was even doing anything that was technically that like extreme or whatever. I think at this point, the desensitization has truly kicked in, and you got to start approaching these things differently if you want me to actually be like, oh, damn. But that's just me. That's just me. That's my experience. That's me. Someone said me too. I know it's not just me, but that's just me. For real. Reading chat. Someone said, I think this is why K-dramas are so popular. No sex, only waiting, wanting, building relationship, don't you think? I think that's a really great point, honestly. Can we, look, I don't want to get too lost in the sauce. I have not watched that many K-dramas. But honestly, do K-dramas not kind of serve as the counterpoint of how you can very much get into like the steaminess of it all and have people like, oh my God, what's going on? Without actually necessarily needing to like show every single thing that's happening. There's a big old audience for this style of storytelling as well. And people get invested. So it's not so much that I'm arguing for less art. That's never going to be the right answer. I'm just like, what about other ways of trying to tell these stories? Can we experiment a little bit? Just a little bit? Somebody said slow burn is a popular AO3 tag for a reason. It really is. I gotta drink some water. Someone said I love a slow burn. We didn't even get into this aspect of Wuthering Heights because I was mostly concerned about the racism. But that's part of the way that Emerald Fennell kind of messed that movie up, even though it was a fun time for the parts that were fun. But taking what could have been a slow burn story and essentially just like, nah, screw nuance, we're gonna have a montage of everything that's happening, and it's just like, oh nah, that's not why people are taken with that book. Like, what? Oh my gosh. Reading chat. Someone said, but K-dramas come from a specific country and culture that shouldn't be divorced from that. I think the comparison is understandable, but missing background. It's definitely more complex than just saying one style of storytelling is better than another, or just saying essentially that K-dramas are the way that they are just because they think it's better than actually showing things. That's you're correct that there's like, that's why I'm trying not to get into it too much. I'm just saying there's so many different ways of exploring things, honestly. Anyways, moving on from that though, because we could be talking about K-dramas. I've only ever watched one. No, I might have watched more than one K-drama, but there's only one that I remember watching. And I had never watched one before ever. I years ago watched It's Okay to Not Be Okay. knowing literally nothing about K-dramas. This is a K-drama, right? Hold on. Me double checking, making sure I'm not wrong. Yeah, I think it is. I watched this one just knowing nothing about the genre. So I didn't know what parts of this were genre conventions or what parts of this were this specific show just being crazy. But I will say, I watched that whole thing. I watched this entire thing, and I came from, in the beginning I was just coming into it like, yeah, I don't know what's going on, who are these people, but by the end of it I was kind of invested. Someone said that actor was canceled. Oh well, I don't know. Look, chat, this is why I'm not what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not co-signing any specific actor. I'm just saying years ago I watched this one and that was my entry point into this. But again, I don't want to speak on a genre that I don't actually understand because there's a lot there. Someone said, I feel like it's a little reductive to say KNC dramas are popular because of a lack of sex, because these countries have strong censorship laws to hinder creators, especially queer creatives. Yeah, I wouldn't say they're popular because of that. I'm mostly saying that despite them being made that way, they do still work for people. But I would agree that, like, that's not really a point against why people should do things the other way. Anyways, someone said the actor, not the actress. Yeah, no, sorry. I don't know. I don't follow that news. So if they're canceled, I'm sure there was a reason. Lord. Someone said she got canceled too. Part of me is almost like, what did they do? But I don't want to know. I don't actually want to know. I don't want to know. It's not relevant to the point I'm making, but I'm like, what did he do? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just like, what are the odds that the one show I pull up, you're like, yo, that actor got in big mega trouble? Reading chat. Some say he just can't win. I know. I'm not mad. It's useful info, but I'm like, what did he do? There's no way that the only K-drama, an actual crime. There's no way that the only K-drama I bring up, the lead actor was did an actual crime. It's okay. I shouldn't even be looking this up. I don't like finding new information on stream. Lead actor. You're telling me this dude right here committed a crime, and this is the one K-drama that I bring up? Oh, I see him crying in the press conference. Whoa. Ooh. That was a long controversy section. Okay. I see that there's a lot more there. There's a lot going on there. I don't know what exactly happened, and I did not have time to actually process that information. But maybe I'll look into that later before oh Lord, someone said people still defend him. Okay, yeah, well, I'm not here to defend him just because I like the show he was in. I still don't know the details because 20 seconds is not enough. But oh my God. Wow. Okay. Anyways, someone said, I'm sorry, D'Angelo. I'm sorry too. It's okay. Don't be sorry. It's not your fault. Anyways, getting back into this, I think, again, it's not that I think people should be doing less of these scenes. I just want to see people doing other things. Why not explore things like friendships? Why not I know I sound like an idiot saying all these things. Like I'm Mr. Rogers saying we should all be nice to each other, but it's just hard not to get tired of seeing the same thing over and over. That's more so just human nature, honestly. Okay, moving forward though. I do want to talk about this idea that Gen Z is getting more religious. We're already spilling over. We're spilling over into longer than I wanted. But you know what, chat? I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop yet because I'm having fun. I'm actually having fun. But I'm going to try to wrap. One thing I see a lot is that someone said, when do we get a nice bestie movie? Dude, I want a bestie movie so badly. I really do. I see this idea in general that Gen Z is getting more religious. And so I just got here. Are you crying? No, I'm not crying. I see what they're saying. Again, this kind of gets back to this idea that, like, depending on who you ask, this is what this BBC thing is saying. YouGov polled people saying that more people are attending church. People who are, what was the age range of this? Percentage of people who say they're Christian and attend church at least monthly by age category. Oh, okay. So the YouGov is telling us that we have really steeply shot up from 2018 to 2024 when this was taken, whereas all adults got more religious, but not on the same scale, right? I just think it's really funny that you can pull this exact same data from like a different source, still polling the same country. This first one is YouGov polling England, and the second one is the British Social Attitude Survey by Pew Research Center. They're telling us that it's going down, actually, and from 2018 to 2024, there are fewer people who are religious, which I think is so funny. That being said, you are getting people right now. Pulling. 1 second. You're getting people right now trying really hard to push this idea that we're actually getting back into church. There's some people who, does this have audio? Let me mute it. Some people who are really excited about this Gen Z Christian revival that's apparently happening and going hand in hand with this idea of us being puritanical. As you can see, the jury is kind of out on whether or not that is happening. But instead, someone said Gen Z is definitely not more religious. Dude, literally. But that doesn't change us from getting articles like, amid rampant AI and social media, Gen Z is turning to religion. At least they have the decency to call this an opinion piece. According to research from Pew Research Center, the number of Americans who identify as religious has remained stable for the past several years. 86% of people believe people have a soul or spirit in addition to their physical body. 83% believe in God or a universal spirit. 79% believe there's something spiritual beyond the natural world. And 70% believe in heaven or hell or both. One of the reasons that a previous increase in secularistic thinking is showing is because Gen Z is becoming more religious, with 2/3 identifying as spiritual, religious, and believing in the higher power. These are not the same thing. These are absolutely not the same thing. Someone said, I think the divide is getting more extreme. I'm going to talk about that in a second. It's not the same thing for a majority of people you ask, believing vaguely in some sort of higher power, and people actually genuinely getting more by the book religious. They're pulling this statement about believing in higher powers or whatever, but like, brother, I'm so sorry. We are literally not like going to church more than we used to. That doesn't mean, by the way, that there's not a lot of religious Gen Z people. I think that's a segment that can sometimes get overlooked. There's hella young people who are active in their church. It's an important thing to them. Their spirituality does mean a lot. And that's not really the same thing, though, as like en masse, we're deciding, you know what, actually, put that Bible on. But nevertheless, you still get people saying this in actual articles and stuff. So the reasons for this are young people are seeking deeper meaning in life. Okay. And for our picture of young people seeking deeper meaning in life, we have participants worshiping during a memorial service honoring Charlie Kirk. Which is why I'm saying you need to be a little bit wary of people who are pushing this idea. What other things do they believe? Why? That's a really great picture to pull. This person's trying to tell us, I believe the reason why this trend is occurring among our young is that the alternative is vacuous and sometimes vicious. So you get into the rest of this and it's literally just blatantly saying, in a world that has gone to hell or whatever, Gen Z is trying to get back on the wagon. When they started talking about Charlie Kirk, I absolutely lost it. I was like, buddy, look at this. Whether it's Saint Acutus or Charlie Kirk, or role modeling a person's own family that drives a young person to express a spiritual side while at the same time living in a technological world the way Acutus or Kirk did. I might be saying Acutus wrong and I apologize. This way of coping is extremely important. And if your thesis winds up being social media was in its infancy in St. Acutus' time, but Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA has had a large social media presence, This is chat. Hear me out. This is a conservative talking point. I'm sorry. The idea that Gen Z is getting more religious is literally a conservative talking point. I see people cite this as a fact all the time. And it doesn't mean, by the way, that you have more people, you don't have more people getting interested in testing this out. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This ain't happening. This is not what's going on. No. So moving on from that plot point, please, for the love of God, let's talk about Gen Z's getting more conservative is another thing that we're throwing out there of reasons why Gen Z is the way that they are. Because we're all deciding, it's the same thing essentially that they were saying about like, oh, Charlie Kirk, we're all on his side now. And you get really wonderful things like this. Jake Tapper warns that Gen Z is turning conservative due to liberal ideology being forced in schools. We're going to love this take. I'm going to try to stay on this page for 30 seconds maximum. Jake Tapper, CNN's lead Washington anchor, said that Gen Z will be a lot more conservative than older journalists because he accused schools and educators of forcing liberal ideology down their throats. Made these comments while on the Reason interview podcast, Democratic Party failing to garner support from Gen Z. I don't even want to engage with this talking point because I just don't think that that's a good thing to do. Also, since we're here, the Democratic Party is failing to garner support from a lot of Gen Z because y'all be supporting genocide, actually, if we're being honest. But that's not neither here nor there. I actually don't think the vast majority of people that at least in the circles I'm running in, are balking against this because of like actual tiredness or fatigue of this idea that we've been too liberal and now you force this upon me, so I'm going to be a conservative. It's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me, dog. Someone said, do these people know what Gen Z is? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It's not because we're going to church. It's not because we're becoming more religious. I said the same thing twice. It's not because we're all becoming more conservative, even though there is still a very worrying trend of a rise of conservatism in Gen Z spaces, but it's split a lot more along gender lines than people realize. Here, let me pull that. So pulling these just from a poll, and look, now I'm literally doing the same thing, by the way, and just taking these what do you call them, studies, and being like, no, it's not this thing, it's this other thing. But like, again, it's the Goomba fallacy where, why is this chart so hard to read, man? Okay, there we go. That's a little bit easier. If you were to ask Gen Z, which is this top line right here, ask this top line right here, 18 to 29-year-olds. Well, I mean, that's one way of interpreting the age range. People will argue about it, but fine, I'll accept that. Do you approve on what Trump is doing? I want you to look at how much variance we have between people, like women answering this and men answering this, compared to other generations. Someone said the masculinity crisis among us has messed up Gen Z politics. That's literally what it is. Yes, there are absolutely people getting more or being more loudly conservative or whatever, but it's not a generation. It's a bunch of awful men listening to these podcasts and doing this manosphere stuff, which is why you can look at this for like every single little thing that they're asking. Do you consider yourself a Democrat? You have way more women willing to do this as opposed to Gen Z men. Again, look at our variance compared to these other age ranges. We're getting more reactionary, more so than anything. Well, not all of us. Some of us are just trying to shield ourselves from the reaction. Again, people who identify as Republicans, we have this massive gap, at least according to these polls. And again, it's like, it is what it is. Now, this one, this one that really bothered me, and I was just like, again, this is how you know y'all are pulling crazy people. Not crazy people, but you're pulling like crazily insular sources that I don't actually think are representative of the norm. Is like, you're asking about, do you think DEI programs are helpful? Again, we have a pretty big gap. A lot of women are saying, yes, I'm not a woman, I think DEI programs are helpful. But then gender gap, oh, my bad. Gender gap among those who say there are only two genders. And I was like, okay, I know that you surveyed 19,682 adults nationally, and you acknowledge that there's like a couple points of margin of error. But I was like, there's no way that 51% of your there's no way that 51% of your average Gen Z women think that there's only two genders. Or maybe so. Also 69% for men, I guess. But I feel like even now you're still getting the NBC's actual you're getting the NBC's user base's opinion on things. It says this is an NBC News stay tuned poll. And I'm just like, it is so deeply impossible to actually put a number to what any one group of people believes, which is why we come back to my original point that I made literally 3 hours ago. I don't think it makes sense to try to do this in the first place. But God forbid, maybe, I don't know, maybe half of all people in my age range do think there's only two genders, but no way. No way, man. No way. It's a no for me, dog. Someone said, isn't NBC MAGA? Yes. NBC at this point is going completely down the drain. There are sirens in the background, and I hope they're not too disruptive, and I hope everybody's okay. But yeah, like, you can literally just curate the vibe you're looking for, pull that vibe, and come away with any sort of take that you want. It's wild, man. It's wild. Someone said people stop being transphobic challenge. Yeah, for the love of God. Also, here, I'll show you an example right here of how pointless it is to try to get granular with this. Right now, what people are trying to do is label Gen Z broadly into two groups. Wait, somebody said the gender disparity ties right back into the lack of interest in Gen Z dating. The girlies don't want to deal with these red pill dudes. That is very true, though. That who actually, if your dating pool is like, wait, hold on, let's go back. I actually want the number. If your dating pool is like 38% of people who might identify as a Republican, or even worse, 45% people who think Donald J. Trump did a good job. And you as someone dating men, or as a woman, or whoever you are thinking like, no, that's not puritanical. That's not actually you being a prude. I think there are so many actual like logistical reasons for why people may be checking out of these things that are not coming down to moral panic. Now, again, these numbers are literally like 19,000 people does not equal an entire generation. And by the way, this is only a subset of the 19,000 people that they asked for. But yeah, no, dude, anyways, getting back into this. Someone said a lot of women voted for Trump. Yeah, they did. Dude, everybody, not everybody, don't put this on me, because I did not vote for Donald Trump. Everybody, everywhere, you have people voting for him. And it was actually really eye-opening. It was eye-opening that for as many useful and helpful distinctions as it is to look at different groups and who has power, I was just like, oh, we all need to get back on track. That's how I felt after that election personally. I was just like, we all need to get back on track. For real, for real. Also, since you brought that up, can I say one thing that I'm really bothered by? You can feel me calculating. I'm running the numbers. For as much as it's wrong, obviously, that anybody voted for this person, has anybody here, I want to make sure that I'm not really making things up. Has anybody here seen that narrative where they will literally try to blame black people, people of color, like anybody except his actual majority of voters for Trump's election? People who are not actually black. Now, listen, me, I do have a lot of criticism. I have nothing but criticism for people who voted for him, but I have quite literally seen the narrative essentially that like we being black people or people of color ruined the election, and we are pretty much the reason. If there had not been people voting for Trump that also were black or whatever, he wouldn't have been elected. Yes, that's very true. But how the hell did this turn into black people are the reason that Donald Trump is the president again? How did this happen? Someone said good old American scapegoating. I really want to know. I would like to know how we have more energy for this, which is an issue I'm not here to downplay, than we do for the majority. Someone said whoever is saying that can eat dirt. I promise you there's so many people who say this. I know people in chat know what I'm saying. It's not even like I'm literally speechless. In the days after the election, someone said, yeah, this was the case about Muslim Americans too, also Hispanic voters. Literally in the days after the election, I saw so many blatantly racist think pieces from literally like people who were not actually people of color about how, yeah, you know who we really need to be blaming for this? As you say, Muslim Americans, or we need to be blaming black people for this. That is a real thing that happened, and I wish more people spoke on it while it was happening. At this point, the news is kind of old, and it would be kind of it's not useful for me to even bring it up. But I remember that no one finna actually unconvince me of this. It really did happen. Somebody said I'm brown and I haven't heard this, but I also stay away from that talk. I did see people blaming people not voting. Yeah, no, it happened, but it wasn't. Oh my God, I was so mad about that. Someone said this sounds made up. If you have seen this, I need you to back me up right now. I agree that it sounds made up. But if you have ever seen essentially black people getting blamed for Trump second term, or other groups of people, I can only speak for what I was seeing. Back me up right now. I'm telling you right now, it did happen. It did. I'm not pulling this out of the blue. I'm not even exaggerating something that was in niche discussion. Someone said, I've seen it. It's still going on. I see it all the time. Dude, I'm telling you, it's such a common talking point. I'm not even looking for this as a common discussion either. I'm not seeking this out, and people will do it. They'll be like, oh, well, if it wasn't for this group of people voting for him. And I'm just like, what about the majority? Someone said it still happens. It does absolutely still happen. It really does. Someone said, what about the Latinos who did not vote for him? Yeah. How does this turn into a reflection? Okay, here's what I'll ask you. How does this turn into a reflection on an entire community? Many of whom are literally like screaming and yelling like, please, no, we can't let this happen. And then it happens, and it's like, well, it was y'all. Y'all did that. Sometimes I 100% seen people blame minority groups from Trump. Yeah, no, does happen. Did not make it up. It pisses me off to no end. It's insane, man. It's wild. Anyways, enough about Trump, please. I want to move on from the political angle of it, as fun as it was. What I was going to say, actually, was when you get into the pointlessness of trying to ascribe any one pattern of behavior to an entire group of people, you now have a lot of people who are trying to like split Gen Z into two Gen Zs. I'm being serious, by the way. You get this headline from last year. There are two Gen Zs. The new political divide splitting young Americans in half, and then saying the data we have found from the last election suggests broadly two types of young voters: old Gen Z and young Gen Z. So it's not enough at this point. Someone said there are two Gen Zers. There are two Gen Zers. It's not enough at this point that we have now segregated ourselves into generations. We now have to worry about, are you old Gen Z or young Gen Z? And what are your views on this? Pulling this right here. There are really two Gen Zs. This tweet made some waves back then, last year when it was posted. So if you're Gen Z, chat, I want your take on this. Are you Gen Z 1 or Gen Z 2? I'm going to cry. Gen Z 1 graduated high school before COVID. They had a flip phone before an iPhone and grew up with Instagram, but without TikTok. Gen Z 1 started college in the first Trump era. Gen Z 1 had the Women's March, March for Our Lives, climate strikes, Black Lives Matter movements. All of these were part of, the common, that's a zeitgeist right there. Why am I trying to make up a fancier word than that? Gen Z 2.0, who I guess are the ones getting blamed for being more conservative now, graduated high school after COVID. They only know smartphones. They use Snapchat instead of iMessage. TikTok is formative. They started college in the Biden era. Resistance to COVID, masking protocols, and movement towards free speech and MAGA and Trump is the counterculture, is what we're essentially saying now. I understand what this is saying, and it's not even completely inaccurate. But I actually think what this should really be showing you is that instead of trying to create additional subgroups of behavior so that we can have two Gen Zs, maybe we should stop viewing all of us as being under one umbrella in the first place. Is that an insane take? Am I just like, have I lost the plot when I'm telling you right now, if you're actually literally trying to subdivide your generation into multiple generations so you can finally prove once and for all that yes, generations do have specific takes. They're not individuals. They are monoliths. Just give up. Stop it. Let it go. Please. Hold on, I'm looking at my outline to see what else I have. Okay, yeah. Anyways. Listen. This has been a journey, chat. I have never... Sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy. No, me too. I've never had a stream go like this before. I'm not complaining, by the way. Low key, this was hilarious. We didn't even get to the vast majority No, we did. We talked about almost everything I wanted to talk about. Whether it was really heavy, like the Cesar Chavez stuff, or really lighthearted. I don't even know how I'm going to be able. I don't even know how I'm going to edit this one. I'm so scared. This was literally like a mega stream. Okay. It was great. I loved every moment of it. I was having fun. Someone said, I'm glad this was the first stream I caught. Look, this is not usually how my streams go. And I think I've been pretty locked in my previous topics. When we talked about Timothy Chalamet, I was on topic. When we talked about whatever the last thing, Rebel Wilson, I was on topic. So I think because I've been very on topic and because I went into this without an exact story or whatever, we just ranted about random stuff for 4 hours and had fun doing it, honestly. Someone said, did we say bye to YouTube? I'm gonna do it right now. Hold on. We're gonna say bye to YouTube and then I'll say a real goodbye. So everybody say bye. I'm not ending the stream. I'm gonna end in a second here because I can't stream all day, unfortunately. As much as I want to, I wish I could stream all day. But I have to exist in this real world as well. In conclusion, I'm gonna talk as if I have actually had a cogent point for the past 4 hours. In conclusion, I think I no longer identify as having a generation. You know how you can be agender? I am now agenerational. So, yes, I was born in 1998, but no, that doesn't make me part of any specific generation. Forget being born in the wrong generation. It was wrong that I was born in a generation is how I feel. So maybe please stop calling everybody puritanical and, I don't know, miserable crabs in a bucket or crazed, hyper-religious. There's so many reasons that the Gen Zs, could be doing their various Gen Z things. And who would have thunk it? Groups of people have people in them, individuals. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that for now. Thank you for watching. I recorded this live right here on YouTube where I stream quite frequently, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time, unless I don't, in which case I'm probably just sleeping. But either way, I hope to see you in the next stream or the next video. And if I don't, doesn't matter at all. Okay, bye. Okay. We're done recording. Why did I move my microphone as if you were going to hear me? I was literally going to be like, okay, guys, now let's talk about... He's so smart. Who here now identifies as agenerational? I made that one up. Hold on. I need to see if that's a term. You are free to use this in your personal life if you want. Agenerational. Okay, so it's a word. And it just means... No, it's not. They corrected it. It's not a word. Oh, hell yeah, baby. I'm agenerational now. And I get to be that because I was born in 98. Did I say I was born in 1997? Because I was born in 1998. I am already forgetting my birth year. As an agenerational person, it's not really that important to me. But yeah, I had fun. I had fun during the stream. And listen, if I could get away... Someone said I did not consent to being in a generation. Exactly. I never said I was part of Gen Z. Y'all said that. Listen, though. If I could get away with doing this every single stream, I would. I really, really would. Unfortunately, here on YouTube, you have to have something called a content strategy, which... I hate that term, but you do have to think about like, okay, we got to get new people in. So I'm going to put out a video about this big topic and then, we can chill a little bit. I'm going to talk about this small topic. Honestly, if I could just ignore content strategies and just do big, long, wavy deep dives. And this wasn't even a deep dive. I feel like we stayed surface level the entire time. If I could get away with doing this every single time, I would. I really would. And you know what? I might encounter ramble streams into my repertoire. I've been trying to learn about, or not trying to learn. I've been trying to like keep record. I've been streaming for too long. I've been trying to keep notes of which of my streams I've really enjoyed and which ones could have been better. This one I liked a lot. So maybe next month, after getting some normal topics that actually have beginnings, middles, and ends, and are not just me talking about anything that comes to mind or anything that you bring up and distract me with, which I'm grateful for. I might do this once a month. We're just like, forget a topic, just start talking. What do you got to say? What do you got to say this stream? And anytime I have a distraction pop up, I'm going to purposely indulge it. And it doesn't matter how long it takes us to get through our fake topic. I think I'm going to do that from now on. But anyway, someone said this is my favorite stream so far. Chat, it was my favorite stream so far too. It was my favorite one so far. I really enjoyed it. We talked about some prickly things. I probably got some things wrong, but you know what? I really enjoyed it. And now I have to leave you because the outside, I see the line.